Look, and I was like, what do I know her from any other
funny face to do. He didn't realize.
Thought it was the easy job.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Apex Town Hall Town Council meeting. I called the meeting to order officially for Tuesday, April 28, 2026. And thank you for being here. I also want to welcome those who've joined us by live stream via YouTube. We have a big agenda tonight, which means we're going to get out of here about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm thinking. But we're
That
gonna
optimistic, huh?
We're going to go ahead and start with our commencement, invocation, and pledge. Let me read a diversity statement. The town of Apex values and celebrates diversity and inclusion. We see diversity as a strength that binds our community together, inviting members from different faith communities to deliver the invocation. At the beginning of our council meetings supports this unity. Recognizing that not everyone practices the same traditions, we welcome you to have a private moment of silence. What I want to do now is, if you wouldn't mind standing, let's honor our nation and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. We'll move now to our invocation. And tonight we have with us the daughter of one of our former business owners. It was Glam Soldier, located downtown, Alicia Ramsey. Her daughter, 7 years old. She's going to come up, Aria, and deliver some words of encouragement as part of the invocation tonight. So if you would, come on up, Aria.
Hello, Mayor Gilbert and City Council members. My name is Aria, and I'm 7 years old. I'm here today because Mayor Gilbert invited me for an invocation. He is awesome, and no, he did not tell me to say
Now say that. I probably.
Now say the second part. And no. And no.
And no, he did not tell me to say that. I have a special place in my heart for the town of Apex, and I knew exactly what I wanted to talk about. When you think about what makes Apex so special, is it the grassy soccer field or the skate park? Is it Peak Fest or Witches Night? Not just those things. What makes Apex special are the people in this town, and especially the teachers and small business owners. For example, I love going to Osali Bakery. I love the honeybee latte at Mission Market. And I loved my teachers at Salem Baptist Preschool. It's people like Sarah, the owner of Tulip Magnolia. She's a former school teacher turned boutique owner who literally lets me come and work at her store for an hour. She teaches me how to do day-to-day tasks. Or people like Donnie at Spiral Graphics, who always takes the time to talk with me and find out how I'm doing when my mom's picking up her hats and t-shirts. I've learned a lot about business, the art of buying and selling online and in person. I love getting to know people. My mom is the owner of Glam Soldier, a veteran-owned business that started out on Salem Street when I was 2.5 years old. She loved having her store in downtown Apex, and she still owns it today, but moved it to Raleigh so she could raise us kids. Mayor and City Council members. We pray for the town and for the teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aria. That was very courageous for you to do that. We appreciate you being here this evening. All right? Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. You want to stay for the whole meeting? You can stay. You want to run the meeting? I can go home. No, okay, all right.
I'm good.
All right, thank you for being here.
Okay, I'll see you.
All right, see you later. Okay. Thank you so much. All right.
These vehicles are parked in a no parking zone and they need to be moved.
Okay.
immediately.
All right. Yes, sir. All right. I got an announcement to make. I never thought I would do this at a council meeting, but there are 3 vehicles that need to be removed or moved immediately. They're in a no parking zone. An Infiniti, I was going to go back to my police days. JAZ 6994. That's one. JAZ 6994 is the plate. And then the next vehicle is a red Tulsa, LLS 8588, LLS 8588, and then a white BMW HML 1124. That's yours, Councilwoman Zoo? Okay.
I feel relieved.
Okay. White BMW HML 1124. Okay. All right. I do want to recognize protectors of our town who are here. In fact, let's do this real quick. We'll move on. All the town staff members, please stand up. I want to recognize you for all the great work you do. Please stand up and be recognized. All right, we're moving now to announcements and petitions by the governing body. We'll go ahead and start with Mayor Pro Tem Mahaffey.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. Couple things. Over the weekend, I had the privilege of attending the YMSL, the Young Men's Service League annual banquet on behalf of the town. Had a lot of young, great leaders and thank them for all their service. Downstairs, if you guys have seen it, we had a Lufkin art opening. Look at the art for some middle school students down there. It's great stuff. And also wanted to mention, you know, I'm probably not the only one, but our excellent fashion show, a little catwalk that we all did over the weekend. I think we all crushed it, some more than others. Watch the video if you're curious, but Earth Fest was awesome, and thank you to staff and all the vendors who helped put that on. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Gray.
I want to say, once again, thank you to all my colleagues for what you guys do every day. It's not easy, especially seeing as how we are literally in the middle of our budget season, my favorite time of year. Really, you know, I want to just take a moment to say, you know, we've been receiving emails from various members of the community. You know, we haven't been able to answer all of them. We are taking all of them. We are reading every single one of them. If you haven't had a chance to see our budget, I really encourage you to do so. Go to apexnc.org, click on the government tab. You'll see in the second column, second line down, you'll see budget. Click on that. You get our entire budget, the proposed budget that's there, and we're still taking input on what should be done, how we can make it better, ideas and things of that nature. So please feel free to go there. And next council meeting, we will have, once again, the public hearing where we'll solicit feedback and comments from all of you to talk about the budget. But the budget's an important thing. It's how we not only spend our money, but it's more importantly an example of our priorities as a community. And where we put our money is, you know, quite frankly, where we put our heart. And it's a good thing that we get everybody involved in this. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Zegerman.
Just one thing I want to echo, Mayor Pro Tem, the Earth Fest on Saturday was a great success. I want to thank all the staff that put that together, especially the fashion show, which was new this year. I'm a little chagrined that I haven't gotten any phone calls from modeling agencies to start my new career. But I was rocking that blazer, man. I was doing good. But anyways, you know, it was great stuff. Always good to see. Many people come out for these festivals that are so much part of what makes Apex Apex. Unfortunately, I'll be out of town this weekend and I'll have to miss Peak Fest, but I'm sure that the town will be well represented there as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Moo.
As my colleagues said, the Earth Fest is, was amazing, and thank our town staff for putting up such an amazing festival. And I also have a proposal. Next year, I propose our council, and the mayor, we be a separate team from others. So council team fashion show, okay? And Ed, you can lead us with your
Negative.
weird and amazing catwalks. Yes, you are famous on internet now. Okay. Yes,
that.
okay. Another thing, the peak resilience and well-being task force. We passed the resolution on April 14th council meeting, and it was a unanimously vote. Thank you, my colleagues. Our first workshop is scheduled on May 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Apex Senior Center. Everyone is welcome to attend, no matter you are, caring for yourself, your family, your friends, or you are just interested and would like to participate. All welcome, to join. So please stay tuned and come to the workshop. We are expecting you. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief considering we have an extensive meeting this evening. First, want to echo EarthFest. Thank you for the community for being there. Thank you, staff. The other update I have is that Apex is yet again open for business. The Economic Development Department has notified me that there are 3 new industrial buildings recently completed and on the market for lease located on Production Drive. There are, again, building 2, 3, and 4, ranging between 180,000 square feet and 208,000 square feet. Foundry Commercials, the broker for Apex Commerce Center. So if you or anyone you know, or if you just want to share the news in your networks, we're looking for industrial tenants for those buildings. That completes my update. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, I don't have anything to present tonight. We'll move now to adoption of the meeting agenda. I'll have Mr. Clerk to announce the additions or changes.
Yes, Mayor. The changes for tonight's meeting agenda is the removal or consideration of removal of consent item number 7, which is an MOU between NC Children and the town. It's proposed to move to the regular meeting agenda as regular meeting agenda number 3. The addition of a consent agenda item, which is continuing the Town Council Ad Hoc Finance Committee meeting or meetings through June 30th of 2026. The addition of presentation number 4, the National Tennis Month Proclamation. Requesting a continuance for public hearing number 9, which is rezoning case number 25CZ21, which is 2728 Holland Road, until Thursday, May the 28th, 2026. And then public hearing 11, deferring this item back to the planning board for their May 11th, 2026 meeting, and continuing the item until the town council meeting on May the 28th, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. With those changes, are there any others? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve with those changes?
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second, Zegerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Consent agenda. As previously noted, consent item number 7 is proposed to be moved to the regular meeting agenda, and consent item number 8 is requested to be added. Is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, move now to Town Council Committee reports. Next, Ad Hoc Finance Committee meeting scheduled for Thursday, April 30th, 2026 at 10 a.m. And then the work session will follow later on at 3:30 p.m. same day. All right, moving now to Town Manager's report. Mr. Bosberg.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a few items to cover. I'm going to start with the lighter stuff first because it just feels right to go there. So special events, as everyone knows, we have Peak Fest coming up this weekend. It is a rain or shine event, hoping for a little less rain than I've seen in the forecast, but we'll see. That's Saturday, May 2nd from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That is a new location, though. It'll be at Town Hall. But the logistics, everybody's been working so hard on that event, so hoping for success on that and as little rain as possible. Next, there's a proclamation coming up for May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we have a few events that I'd like to mention in relation to that. Sushi and Sumo is Thursday, May 7th from 6 to 8 p.m. That's at Apex Community Park Volleyball Courts. You can get all the details on these events on our website. My note says May 7th for that. Is that?
Okay.
I can check that.
I got information May 16th.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
We'll check that. Next is the, I hope I'm going to say this right, Mahjong Social. That is May 21st. That's at the Apex Senior Center. That's from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Registration is required for that event. And then we have a couple of events coming to the Halley. The Apex Community Dance, which was formerly known as the Apex Family Dance, is now called the Apex Community Dance. That's Friday, May 1st from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Halley. We have the art reception for Apex Pride Art. That is Friday, May 1st as well from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We have Sweet Surrender, the spring play, and there are 6 different dates and times for that event. So you can check our website, but that's a play at the Halley called Sweet Surrender. Then we have Super Fun Saturday, which is Saturday, May 16th from 10:30 a.m. To 12:30. And that is described as a super fun day with free arts and crafts for children. So sounds like a great event. Now I'm going to get into a little bit heavier stuff. Our meter updates for electric, we've replaced approximately 15,200 electric meters. That process continues to go well, and like we've said before, we intend to wrap up in the fall with those replacements. Next is Ask Apex. I will hit the statistical highlights, just a couple of them. They continue to do a great job. 94% of calls are now resolved by Ask Apex, which that's, I think, the highest percentage that we've had so far. The average wait time is 49 seconds on that. So if you need some assistance and you don't know who to call our Ask Apex team and they will take care of you, or in the 6% of the cases where they cannot, they will get with the departments that need to assist. Next is an update on the Salem Streetscape project. So there's been some information put out on this, and we're going to continue. There's a meeting that we're going to have this week, so I'll have more information after that meeting. We've got a couple meetings on it this week, one Wednesday and one potentially Friday. I believe after the Friday meeting, we will have a substantial update for you. But right now, what I want to share is that construction has slowed down on the project. It did not entirely stop with the overall project. We were able to pivot and do some work on Saunders, some drainage work there. But people did notice that it has slowed down. The biggest issue that came up there was we had to get an updated electrical plan in place. And that was caused by some field conditions that were experienced, and some things needed to be redesigned. There were multiple technical reasons why we needed an updated electrical plan. As of Friday the 24th, we have received that electrical plan from our design consultant. That plan is now being expedited through the town's review. So there's a rush on that review, and that's where it'll be critical for us. We'll know more Friday about how that's going to impact the overall timeline. We do believe that right now there will be an impact to that timeline, but we're going to also hopefully have solutions on how we can speed up the process and hopefully regain some of that time. But as of right now, we do anticipate an impact to the timeline unless we can have some other solutions, and we're going to work with the contractor. They've committed to work with us on that. So like I said, we'll have more substantial update after Friday, but that project is hopefully going to be back on full speed very soon as that electrical plan makes it through the permitting process. So that's streetscaping. Next, I wanted to hit the Peak Plan 2055. If you would like to share your input but you missed out on the 2 public forum events, it's not too late. You can visit www.apexnc.org/peakplan to share your input, and that comment form will be open through May 1st. So if you want to give input on kind of the visioning and future for Apex, do that through the website by May 1st. Next, it was brought up a couple weeks ago at our last meeting that we should consider a volunteer program. So I felt like it was probably a good idea to highlight that we do have a volunteer program. And we actually have a appreciation dinner that's coming up this Thursday for our volunteers. It's a pretty robust program. I'm going to give you some statistics from January of 25 to January of 26. We currently had, or during that period, we had 2,077 volunteers that served a total of almost 58,000 volunteer hours. They're spread out amongst senior programs, youth programs, and the estimated savings with that volunteer program is close to $2 million. So a pretty robust program that we are hoping to grow. So we do appreciate that it got brought up, and I have the ability to highlight that program. If you are interested in volunteering for the town, please reach out to us because we do have opportunities. They're in Town Hall, the Senior Center, Community Center. We have volunteers all over the organization, and we're happy to find you a home to volunteer. So we appreciate that. Next item I have is budget, which has been talked about a couple times tonight. We are square in the middle of budget season, which is also one of my favorite times of year. Since we presented the budget on the 16th, we have heard from members of the public and we've heard from our staff as well. So we're kind of getting that squeeze in the middle, which we appreciate. I did want to mention a couple of key dates. The public hearing was mentioned. So to date, we've had 3 public hearings on the budget. We will have that 4th, as Councilmember Gray mentioned, on May 12th will be the 4th public hearing on the budget. Then we are scheduled to have the 5th public hearing on the budget for May 28th. That's when we're hoping for an adoption. If it does not occur on May 28th, then it would go to the following meeting, hopefully, which is in June. June 9th, I think is the date. Yes, June 9th. So by the end of May, we will have had 5 public hearing opportunities on the budget. The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, April 30th. We also have a couple of council work sessions on the calendars. The next one is May 8th. And then I believe we have a tentative May 21st, but we also have a tentative for June 2nd. The June 2nd would be needed if we don't adopt on May 28th. We would have a work session available on June 2nd where we can work through some details. If we know why it wasn't adopted on the 28th, we'll work through that and get it ready for the following month. So we have a lot of dates coming up on the budget, but we're super excited to continue to work through those items. The information, budget staff has done a great job of making the information available. As Councilmember Gray mentioned, you can go to the website. There's a lot on there. You can look at previous year's budgets. It's pretty robust on the website, and we're happy to answer any questions. We've been trying to answer the questions as they've been coming in too. We've had quite a few of those come in, so we are trying to answer as many of the questions as possible prior to. That's it for the formal report, and then I've got a couple of items if there are no questions related to the report.
Quick question about you talked about the peak plan. If people want to get involved, could you just briefly discuss what that is? That's involving not only zoning, but other things that are taking place?
Right, it's an overall visioning plan for the town. I mean, it's transportation, it's bus transit, mass transit. It's everything that you want to see kind of in the future of our community. You have an opportunity to give input on what you want that to look like. And then through the process, it'll then translate into updates to our regulations and codes. So it's an opportunity to just kind of talk about your vision of what you want to see in Apex. And then the consultants and staff, they take all those inputs and work it through what will guide us through 2055 and get some plans in place for that. Good. I don't know if staff, you want to add anything to that? Good. All right. I got a thumbs up. So that's generally it. It's your opportunity to help shape the future of Apex. And oh, there you go. It's on the screen, and there's a QR code you can scan. There's a lot of details available on our website. But if you really want to have input in the community, this is a big opportunity for you. This doesn't come along every year. We do these periodic updates to our plan. So this is your chance. Get involved, give us your input, and help guide what the future of Apex will look like. Any other questions on the report?
I have one. Thank you for the update on the streetscape. I was going to say I've heard a lot from downtown business owners. I imagine there will be swift communication apparatus.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you brought that up.
As soon as we know more
Yes, sir. That's
from
part
the
of our
contractor
meeting this week is to
you.
come up with that communication plan on what it'll look like once we know all the details that we need to communicate. We did send an email out, I think it was maybe a week or so ago with some information, but we didn't know a whole lot. So this week we hope to know more to actually then communicate that out. So thank you for bringing that up.
Any other questions? All right.
Okay, good. We'll keep going. All right, next I'm going to ask our chief to come on up. I think you're kicking us off on this. We have some exciting news when it comes to our fire department. And I'm going to let Chief Herman talk about that news.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Manager Vosberg. Thank you very much. It's town staff and our wonderful citizens. So we have a very special presentation and announcement, much like your gold shoes and that you wear when you see this uniform come out. We've got something special. So we worked very hard with our internal comms department to produce a video to really showcase what an ISO inspection is and what this announcement is. So I'm going to turn it over now to IT to hit play, and I'll be back to make some special introductions and get this going. So
Thank you, Chief.
Hi, I'm Tim Herman, Fire Chief here in Apex, and I have some exciting news to share with the entire community. The Apex Fire Department has officially earned an ISO Class 1 rating, both within the town limits and throughout the unincorporated areas we protect, known as the Hypex Fire District. This is the highest score awarded by the Insurance Services Office, and it places us among the top 1% of fire departments nationwide. It's an achievement our whole community can celebrate. But this rating isn't just about the fire department. It reflects years of commitment, investment, and teamwork across multiple agencies, along with the support of our residents. Let me explain what goes into an ISO rating and why it matters. The Insurance Services Office, or ISO, evaluates fire protection in more than 44,000 communities across the United States. After reviewing a community, they assign a public protection classification score from 1 to 10. A Class 1 rating is the highest level of fire protection. ISO, on behalf of the North Carolina Office of State Fire Marshal, looks at 4 major areas to determine a rating. First, the fire department itself. They evaluate staffing, training, equipment, response times, and overall readiness. Our firefighters train every day to stay prepared for fires, medical calls, rescues, and any emergency that may arise. Maintaining modern apparatus, strong response strategies, and highly trained personnel played a major role in earning this rating. Second, the water supply system. ISO reviews hydrant spacing, water main capacity, flow testing, and the reliability of the entire system. Our partnership with the Water Resources Department ensures hydrants are properly installed, inspected, and ready to deliver water when every second counts. Their work behind the scenes is vital to protecting lives and property. Third, the 911 Communications Center. The first step in any emergency is the call for help. ISO evaluates how calls are received, processed, and dispatched. This includes the training of our dispatchers, the technology they use, and the backup systems in place. Our 911 professionals ensure responders get to the right place as quickly as possible. And finally, community risk reduction. This includes fire inspections, public education, building code enforcement, fire investigations, and data-driven risk planning. By identifying hazards and educating residents and businesses, we help prevent emergencies before they happen. Achieving an ISO Class 1 rating does not happen overnight. It reflects years of planning, collaboration, and dedication across departments and community partners. I want to thank our firefighters, the Water Resources Department, our 911 dispatchers, town leadership, and all the organizations and individuals who played a role in this achievement. Most importantly, I want to thank you, the members of our community. Your support for training, equipment, facilities, and safety programs makes achievements like this possible. Residents and businesses may also see potential insurance benefits depending on your provider. But more importantly, this rating confirms that the systems designed to protect our community are operating at the highest level. While we're proud of this milestone, our commitment does not end here. We will continue to train, innovate, and invest in the services that keep Apex a safe place to live, work, and visit. Thank you for your continued support and stay safe.
Awesome.
Thank you for seeing that. It was a little long, but I think it was important to highlight all the different components. It's not just the fire department. So I want to name a couple of guests we have in the room, and then we'll do a quick presentation. I'm going to call out 2 that are hiding in the back. So we've got the Fire Services Director of Wake County, Daryl Alford. I'm going to make him stand, or he's raising his hand. And Deputy Fire Marshal Joe Vingdigny. and he's the Deputy Fire Marshal of Wake County. So in case you didn't pick up on the video, we were an ISO Class 1 in the city. We were a 2 in the Hypex district. If you noted, we dropped that to a 1. So we're a straight 1 even in our unincorporated areas. So I know we usually have friends here from the Friendship, the New Hill community. They are an ISO Class 1 as well. So thank y'all for being here. We are great partners with Wake County. So now I would like to introduce some folks from the North Carolina Office of State Fire Marshal. We've got our Inspector, John Whitfield, here. We've got Shannon Bullock, who is with the State Fire Marshal's office as well. But at this time, I want to call up the State Fire Marshal for the entire state of North Carolina, Brian Taylor.
Thank you, Chief. You've made my job very easy after that video. That was very well put together. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to let me come before you to talk about this exciting time for your community and what it means for it. Mayor, I would like to get the contact number for Aria. I think we could use her, Aria. I think we could use her inspiration in Raleigh with the with some leaders there while they debate on a budget that we much need in North Carolina. I think she could inspire many. But yes, the Office of State Fire Marshal is the only fire marshal's office in the country that actually does the rating inspections for communities of less than 100,000. You're reaching that point very quickly. But Jim Long, many years ago, went before the legislature and said that, look, we're doing a disservice to our community members. We need to come in and take over the inspections for North Carolina. We've been very successful in that. Mayor, we came 5 years ago, a little over 5 years ago, right after COVID, met you in front of the fire station with Chief McGee to present your first Class 1 for Apex, and that was a proud moment of what it means for the community. And now with the leadership of Chief Herman, he's extended that into your rural area. And so it's a very exciting news, and it is a cooperation of the community. As you've seen, all the areas that covered, it takes the Public Works, 911, and of course the men and women of the Apex Fire Department, their commitment and pride that they take into their community and fire department and the work that it takes. So be very proud of that. I can tell you that there's 41 fire departments in the state of North Carolina, 1,200 fire departments. There are only 41 Class 1 departments. I can tell you there's only just a little over, I don't know the exact number, of 400 nationwide. So that is something to be very proud of. We are very proud of our state and our communities in the state of North Carolina, and we set the mark for so many across this country. At this time, I'd like to present the certificate of a Class 1 to Apex Fire Department. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my 2 assistant chiefs in the room to come down. I made them dress up in Class A's as well. And as they're walking down, he mentioned it, but these folks in the back make it happen as well as these firefighters, both sworn and unsworn. It takes a village to get one of these 44 spots in North Carolina. So thank y'all for being here.
We'll come here. Council will
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
John, please come up.
Big deal.
It is. And Chief's humble on this, but he and his staff worked extremely hard. And I know he mentioned it, but we wouldn't be there without the support of you all as well. So congratulations to everybody.
Good work here.
All right. Next, we have an item. I'm going to invite our Finance Director, John Griffin, up. This is going to be our presentation on utility billing update.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Town Council. So this is a revisit of a topic you discussed at your retreat a couple months back. to just update you on the status of the project of returning to standard operating procedures for utility billing, give you the opportunity to review that information and think about any questions you might have. So again, they were discussing utility billing operations and returning to standard operating procedures. The guiding principles are we want to support our customers, but we also want to, provide proper financial stewardship for the town's resources. Just wanted to quickly review the calendar we had, and so this is the actual list of the various events that have covered it, that have happened with utility billing over the last almost 2.5 years now. So that's, there was a disruption. We've reviewed external bills. We've launched new software. We're replacing meters. And during that period, we had no disconnections or late fees for unpaid bills. I ran these numbers at the beginning of this month. We had 30,597 active customer accounts, and of those, there were 4,405 customers who had some past due balance for them a number of greater than 30 days. Those were a little over 4,000 residents and about 320 some odd commercial accounts. The largest bills, just to give you a sense of the range, the averages was about $1,200 on residential accounts, about $2,400 on commercial accounts. There were 17 customers who owed us more than $500 on the residential level, and there were 110 that owed us more than $500 on the commercial level. Since the last update, the numbers degraded slightly. We have a little over $6 million in balances that have been owed to the town for over 30 days, and the amount for over 90 days is about $4.4 million. Did want to give you a quick update of the specific call volume and ticket trend in our customer account software, just to give you a sense of going back to August 2025 when we were first going live. Everybody's getting into the new system. We've got a portal online where you can ask questions directly to the utility billing staff. Generally, the call volume has declined on the Ask Apex side, and the portal queries have also declined. And so you've just got totals, average by day, total by the portal, and then you have a combined number. So we're down to about half of what we were even 6 or 7 months ago. Did want to give an update on the actual, what we consider the accuracy of the billing. So as of right now, the number of corrections and adjustments on customer accounts continues to trend downward. And so that is, just for clarity, adjustments is when we're having to really, somebody has tried to pay us, their check has bounced, we have to issue a fee, we're maybe waiving some revenue because of some issue we determined, or corrections is when we're literally saying, this is the amount of gallons your meter said, and we now know that's inaccurate, so we're updating that number. Overall, we're averaging about a 2.8% rate. That is down to 0.5% last month. What is standard operating procedures? So everything we're going to cover on the next couple of slides, we are baking into an update to your customer service policy that we're planning to bring before the council in June. We're coordinating with electric and water so that it really covers all of the ways we do business with the citizens. I did want to point out the effective date on the current policy is 1995, so it is a little bit of a lift to update something that dated. This is a calendar of our 2 main cycles, and what we talk about when we talk about going live on July 1st with disconnections and late fees. Somebody would have their bill read on June 17th, would get the meter. We would issue a bill a couple weeks later on July 1st. That due date would be on July 28th. 1 day later, if they have not paid, that balance would be assessed a fee. And then we have a potential cutoff date of September 22nd. Same thing for cycle 2. The read date would be July 1st. They would get their bill on July 15th. The due date would be August 11th. Penalties calculated 1 day later, and then another potential cutoff date in October. Outside of just the information communicated on the bills, they would also receive at least 2 written communications, special purpose letters, explaining the amount due, amount owed, explaining how to communicate with us if they have a question about that amount, as well as 2 automated calls. So they're going to get, kind of an IVR call to let them know, hey, by the way, you owe the town. In terms of service impact, there's going to be 3 flavors in which disconnects occur. Customers who have all of our services, so that is electric, water, sewer, if their electric service allows it, we would actually do a remote disconnect. So on those dates, a signal would come out of our software, and it would tell their meter to shut off. And then if they were to pay, even if it's after hours, that would then schedule them, within a couple of hours to have service restored, and it'd be all automated. There's going to be two other circumstances where if they have all of our services, but they don't have a remote disconnect feature on the meter, we have some like commercial electric businesses like that, they would be suspended by electric department operations. So we'd have to actually roll a truck out to perform that. If they are just a water-only customer, same thing runs in reverse. This time it's water resources going out to do the disconnect. The actual penalties themselves, it would be a 1% on their outstanding balance, calculated 1 day after the due date. They could get up to 2 late fee adjustments per year. If they otherwise are paying on time, we would give people a little flexibility so that, we're not just going to penalize them and say there's no other options, even if they might have otherwise been in good standing. There would be a $75 reconnection fee, and so that is just to offset the cost of anything that we might have to do to actually facilitate those reconnections. And we would target these efforts on disconnections for $500 or more, and that's between the usage and the fees. We do have a medical consideration program, so folks who have doctor notes, medical justifications, they'll get extra time. We're still working through the specifics on that, but we do have something to cover that. And of course, if they sign up for a payment plan, then there would not be any late fees applied to them. This is just an example of the math. So someone who, has they sign up for a payment plan. The payment plan is $200 a month for $2,400. Their monthly payment would be $375 if $175 was their current. Without a payment plan, they would accrue that 1% late fee on that balance. This is just to give you some context on payment plans. Our software is hard capped at doing up to 12 months, and it would spread that amount evenly. I do want to note the payment plan amounts are included in the current charges on the bill. So if somebody has to sign up for a $500 payment plan, for example, and they have a $300 average bill, that means their bill would actually say $800 under current charges. And I only say that really because there have been a couple instances lately where somebody has signed up for a payment plan, and then the following month, seen their current charges significantly higher, and then asked for a high bill investigation, which kind of makes it a little difficult because it creates a lot of work for information that was communicated. Anybody who is on a deferred payment plan can't sign up for budget billing. We'll explain what that is. The table on the right side of the slide is really explaining the current volume of how many requests we get for a payment plan per month. So that number is still pretty low, all things considered, for the amount of outstanding balance. Budget billing, just to quickly explain that, that is an option for customers who'd like to smooth out their bills over a 12-month period. It basically is a contract between the town and the customer to pay an estimated amount in equal monthly installments rather than what they would actually owe. And then in that 12th month, we would true up. And if they overpaid, they would get a refund. And if they underpaid, then they would have an amount due to the town. Do note that, people who fall behind on their budget payments would then roll into the disconnection operations at that point. So we did want to note that, that straying from their budget plan for more than 2 months is just going to void that contract. We do have assistance programs. The town does have a direct customer assistance program for up to $636, and that was set aside a couple of years ago. There's about $85,000 remaining in that contract as of this month. Neighbor Up also assists, and there are Wake County and North Carolina programs to provide assistance with folks' utility billing needs as well. This is an overview of the communications tactics that we're starting now and we'll be working on over the next couple of months. We've updated our website. We're going to put portals on the account, the banners, so that people kind of are driven towards this information. Pushing on social media, newsletters. The bills will be updated to indicate disconnect, late fees, delinquent balances. We're going to do targeted outreach. We can look up the specific customers who owe the town larger balances and reach out to them directly by phone and email. We're doing bill inserts, flyers, and then of course we will do data calls as well. We're also planning on reporting to town council as we move into this. So starting July 1st, we would be reporting the totals, the number of payment plans established, the call volume, just so that you have a grasp on where we are in the process, what we're seeing, so that everybody is on the same page. From my perspective, I think this issue would be considered, we're back to normal conditions once we're below the outstanding balance being below $500,000, $500,000. We do want to note that when we do have to eventually write off bad debt, it comes as an expense on your financial statements, and so that does require, a budget amendment. It has to flow through your normal budgeting procedures. Any questions?
I have a question. Starting with your last comment about the write-off, at what point in time are we required to consider writing off this balance?
So in that case, that's a situation where the law or the accounting procedures follow the law. So there is a statute of limitations to collect. It does differ by service. So for example, water services and sewer bills have different statutory limitations. For example, they run on different years. But essentially, you're just required to write it off after a certain number of years have passed.
Okay. And upon write-off, will we stop collections, or will we continue the collection process for as long as we can?
At that point, since the statute of limitations, we won't be able to really enforce it, but we can actually run it through the state government. The state program has the debt set-off program. So you validate a debt, you send it to the state. And then if they are entitled any money by any agency of the state of North Carolina, basically the state would garnish them. So for example, if they were getting like an income tax refund, for example, and the town had submitted a debt set off for them, then the state would write us a check instead.
Thank you.
Quick question about, you discussed budget billing, and that's not simply for those who may be in a delinquency status. Mm-hmm. That's an open program for anybody that's out there. And can you just give me that number again, how much we are in our delinquencies? How much money are we out?
The number is it's about $6 million is the amount over 30 days. The more longer term, the more serious number is $4.3 million.
You know the total balance of our electric fund? Cash balance?
Cash balance on the electric fund is, I think it's about double that right now. It's about $8 million on the operating fund.
So I just want to call out, this is not a question, but I do want to make an observation here. $6 million in delinquencies, just to kind of put it in context. We mentioned the budget, slightly earlier. The current recommendation from the manager's budget is a tax increase of 3.5 cents on our tax rate. Each cent represents about $2 million worth of income to the town. So this balance is roughly the equivalent of 3 cents on your tax rate. So now it's not entirely an apples to apples comparison because electric hits our electric funds, not the general fund. But I just want to kind of set some perspective for people that if we need to get to a point of writing off these balances, rates will increase to offset the loss of money. So anybody who is not paying their bills potentially will increase the bills for everybody else in the town. So I just want to call that out, call on people's civic duty, to get current on their bills. We have a legal obligation to collect as long as we know that there's an outstanding balance, right? So we will not stop collecting until we absolutely must stop. But the longer this lasts, right? Like we got to make sure that our electric fund stays solvent, stays whole. If we have $12 million in our fund balance, which is already deemed to be insufficient, right? Writing off $6 million is going to hurt that fund even more, right? And we have no other way of making that up than increasing the rates for everybody else in town. So I just want to put it out there for everybody to consider. If you think you're sticking it to the man, you're not sticking it to the man, you're sticking it to your fellow citizens.
Appreciate the comments. So what's the plan for those who can't pay, like the resources available? What's the communication with NeighborUp or any other organizations? Because, let's face it, with those numbers, I see a big thing happening here and many people getting their power turned off.
I'm sure. So,
Possibly.
yeah, but probably the biggest part of that is, we do plan in these communication tactics to also highlight those programs. Hopefully, those programs will be able to provide assistance to kind of help with those citizens, and we'll try to work with our customers as best we can.
And we do have payment plans, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's a 12-month program, essentially, that's there. And we've also have the ability to do the budget billing. Yes, this will hit some folks very hard. I get that. I also, I think the concern is we can only handle the free rider problem for so long. I think it's important that we communicate to those who have difficulty with the bills, and there may be a lot of money. We communicate to them payment plans. We work with them on payment plans. Sounds like we're giving them at least 4 different forms of communication before we even get to the point where we're turning off a utility. 2 written and then 2 phone calls, and sounds like there's a lot of attempts to get there. I guess this. And I'll defer to the town manager. And this is not something that we haven't. We've been communicating with a number of these folks for months, years at this point, right?
Yes, sir. And also, there are a lot of different reasons for people being in the category that they're in, and in the numbers. We also have a number of accounts that have made 0 payments in 12 months, that have made no payments in 6 months. We know that there were some that disagreed with our billing, and some people made what they felt like was a reasonable payment, but we have other accounts that have just made no payments in over a year. And there are a sizable number of accounts that have just stopped paying altogether, and aren't making even what they felt was a reasonable payment. But like John mentioned, the first line of defense is a payment plan. We have budget billing. I believe you also had a slide that highlighted some of the other opportunities.
Customer assistance
with funding opportunities, the Wake County Assistance Program, North Carolina programs. So we want to work with people. We want to set up a payment plan. Our intention, nobody wins if we're cutting off power left and right. That is not our intention. But as also was pointed out, we have to, because this is an enterprise, these are enterprise funds. It's not just electric. It's a lot of our utilities together. We have to make those funds whole. And so at the end of the day, if we cannot collect, then we have to figure out a way to shore those funds up, which is then going to impact rates. But we want to work with people. We want to get payment plans in place. We want to offer assistance programs. That's the primary focus right now. And we have the time to do that now, but that gap is closing too. So we need people to come in and get on those payment plans. We've been talking about that for a few months. And we've had some people take us up on it, but I think John showed the slide. We haven't had a ton of people take us up on those payment plans. So we are encouraging people to come in, get on those payment plans so that we can start getting everyone back to normal and also get those funds on a path to normalcy.
I want to ask you one question, and this may be a question that you have an answer to or you don't. But to those who, the person who hasn't paid for 12 months, have we even seen like a reduction in their electrical use or water use during that time period?
No, sir. The usage has stayed the same, and we've just had people that said, I don't agree with it, so I'm not making any payments altogether.
Okay.
I had a few questions, and thank you for your presentation. First, and you had the slide up there. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. The one with the customer system. There you go. So I'll come back to that in a second. Really quickly, I just wanted to confirm that I heard you correctly. You said if you set up a payment plan, that there is no penalty.
Correct.
Okay. So I just
We're
wanted
charging a fee on it. There's no sign-up fee or anything like that.
Excellent. So I just wanted to reiterate that if folks were looking to go ahead and set something up, that is there. The second thing I wanted to address is I wanted to draw attention to this, the possibility of getting up to $636 in assistance for needs-based if you live in town. So again, if we're looking, you don't need to switch it, but I was gonna say, if we look back to that slide where you had the number of customers, it seems like a lot of customers could make a phone call. And who would they make that phone call to set up that to see if they're eligible, and then to apply for that customer assistance program. Is that Ask Apex?
I guarantee if they call Ask Apex, we will have.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you. Last couple questions. There's a lot of commercial accounts, and one with $65,000 or $61,000 outstanding. Is there any kind of custom outreach to those super users who are businesses? So you're not talking about moms just trying to make ends meet, and then you're talking about established commercial businesses that owe $61,000. Are we reaching out to them in the same way, where it's 2 emails and 2 phone calls, or is there perhaps a visit?
Shot. I could give that a shot.
I'm just thinking commercials. I mean, commercial businesses different from residential.
I would say we would still plan on looping that in with the same. There's going to be a separate communication for these extremely large outside stuff balances. They are going to get direct communication from the town about this to kind of sort it out.
Okay, excellent. And there's a total of 1,700 out of more than 30,000 accounts. 1,700 owing more than $500. That's what, 5.5% of all customers. So it's a small group of folks. Reach out. I'm sure we can work something out, folks.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want to underline again the payment plan option. And if you go back to the slide, seeing the signups, and this is mentioned, very small numbers. Not a lot of people are taking advantage of this. I predict that once this becomes real, once the notices go out that, hey, it's going to get shut off, once the lights start going off, that number is going to skyrocket. You'll have a really tough time getting a hold of someone at that point instead of a payment plan. So I would just ask, if you're watching this or you read about this later and you think you might be in a position that you could take advantage of a payment plan, I would encourage you to do it sooner rather than later, so you're not in a position where you're waiting in line with a bunch of other people. You can do it today, get this out of the way. And the same thing for the Apex CARES programs at $85,000 available. We've had trouble getting that out the door in the past. We've had this program for a while. The money's been available. I suspect that all that money will go out the door. Not everyone who requests assistance will necessarily get that. So if you believe that's a program that you would qualify for, I would encourage you to reach out today while that money's still there in balance, and get your application in and get that relief before we get to the point where everyone's trying to do it and the money will eventually run out. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
I believe on that note, that's all that I have.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we'll move now to Town Clerk's report.
I yield.
Your time. Thank you for that. All right. Proclamations. We have several. We'll start with presentation 1, the Peak Star Award, quarterly award. Mayor Pro Tem Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. So today is the day once a quarter where the town of Apex, in coordination with the Apex Public School Foundation, comes together to honor one of our public school employees, a staff member, a teacher, administration, recognize them for the work, educating our kids and being such an important part of our community. It's something we do every quarter up here. We learn a little bit about what goes on in the schools and get a chance to honor that hard work. So what I'd like to do right now is call up Aspen from the Apex Public School Foundation to tell us a little bit more about the program and the foundation and introduce our honoree for this quarter.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for having me. My name is Aspen Ambrose, and I am pleased to be representing the Apex Public School Foundation at tonight's meeting. The Apex Public School Foundation supports all Wake County public schools with an Apex mailing address. Currently, that's 4 high schools, 5 middle schools, and 12 elementary schools. The primary goal is the teacher grant program. It funds teacher proposals that promote student engagement throughout through initiative and creative programs. This year, we funded all 16 grants that applied, which was a total of over $30,000. I would be remiss to not mention that unfortunately this will be the last time the Apex Public School Foundation will present at the Town Council meeting, as the board has unanimously decided to close operations. As a grassroots, volunteer-driven organization, the demands have exceeded the pace of the organization to a point where it is no longer sustainable. While we are ultimately here tonight to recognize an incredible teacher, I'd like to also take this moment to say thank you to the reason we are here, the founders of the organization, Barbara Conroy and Stephanie Mitchell, for giving this foundation their all over the last 7 years. On Tuesdays, the APSF has celebrated over 300 exceptional educators, administrators, and staff members at Apex area schools with a social media shout-out. Each semester, shout-out honorees are then eligible for the twice-yearly Peak Star Award in partnership with the town of Apex. It is my pleasure to introduce the final Peak Star Award recipient for Apex Public School Foundation, Guy Civitello, better known as Coach, a PE department chair at Apex Friendship High School. He demonstrates dedication to his students, players, and school community on a regular basis, as evidenced through Strikeout Cancer, an annual event that he has initiated and runs to raise money for cancer research in collaboration with multiple different high schools, as well as the initiation and an annual event of Friendship Tigers, honoring the school's history, and as an intervention coordinator in the classroom, finding ways to make every student feel valued. Thank you for all that you do, Coach, and congratulations for being recognized as a Peak Star Award winner.
Good job, Coach.
All right, Mayor, thank you.
All right, good. I do want to say, APSF has done a great work in the town, and I hate to see them go. Shout out to Stephanie and Barb for their great work over the years. So, all right, we'll move on to our next presentation. We have Proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander Month 2026. So we'll move down and read the proclamation together.
Whereas the month of May offers a meaningful opportunity to celebrate the diverse cultures, histories, and contributions of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders, AANHPI communities across the nation, and
whereas North Carolina has been a home for the AANHPI communities since the mid-1800s, when the first Chinese immigrants came to the state, and
whereas AANHPI communities have played a vital role in shaping our nation's story, contributing to advancements in education, science, business, public service, and culture, often in the face of historical and ongoing challenges, and
whereas the town of Apex is proud to have its first Asian American council member, Sumu. And to be represented by Yalu in the North Carolina House of Representatives. And
whereas the town of Apex is fortunate to have such a strong and vibrant AANHPI community, and we will always continue to celebrate and support them as they make Apex a much better place.
Y'all could have clapped, that's fine. Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the town of Apex. Go. And encourage residents to immerse themselves in the cultural and educational opportunities offered throughout this month, signed the 28th day of April, 2026. So I'm gonna have Council Member Mood to come and read the names. Thank you.
Susan Chuang, UCA Waves. Please come here. Dr. Bikash you can use Shakir, okay. NCNC, okay. Nivita Sharma, NCNC. Okay. Vishal Gadia, BAPS. Vishal, okay. Gadia, BAPS, okay. Haipeng, Chen Haipeng, okay. Chen Haipeng, captain of the Dragon Dance team at Triangle Chinese Language School. Daden Pandey, where are you? Okay, you're here. NCNC, okay. Xinlan Li, Move NC. He Yun Li 老师 okay. Captain of Dragon Dance team of Chinese school at Chapel Hill. Okay. Katie Li, yeah, Chinese Triangle Chinese School. Okay. Come here. Zhao Xilong, okay, the leader, one of the most important leaders of the Chinese community. Okay. Okay. I think, did I miss anyone? Oh, okay. Oh, food lounge. Okay. Yes. Okay. Liu Lili from food lounge. Yes. Okay, do we have everyone now? Anyone I missed? No? Okay, good.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Center as we can. As many people in the center as we can.
I think this is for NCNC.
Okay.
Keep scooting. Keep scooting. I'm not sure who this is going to.
Where do you see the?
I don't think.
The generic. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. They're generic.
One more. Thank you. I'm gonna send it, Bill.
He's not there. Okay. He's not there. Yeah, they are the same agency.
They're all the same.
Yeah. And you are, yes, you need that. Yes, yes. Okay.
Do you want us in the back?
Yes, actually. Oh, okay.
We gotta get everybody this picture.
All right, everybody have time.
Why don't y'all come forward? We'll come out right behind.
All guys in the back.
All guys.
Perfect.
Oh, the video, okay.
After picture.
Do you want to tell them what it is?
Okay. Yes. Now we are playing a dragon dance video. Actually, there are two teams. One team from Triangle Chinese Language School. Another one is from Chapel Hill Chinese Language School, right? Yes. There are two teams performing this video on this video.
Okay, our next proclamation is Jewish American Heritage Month 2026. Councilmember Zegerman will kick us off with that.
All right, the proclamation, Jewish American Heritage Month 2026. Whereas Jewish American Heritage Month is celebrated nationwide each May in honor of generations of Jewish Americans who have contributed to our history and culture of our nation from its origin 250 years ago. And
whereas Jewish Americans have been vital to the growth and success of our nation through roles in political leadership, business ventures, military service, education, science, arts, and so much more. And
whereas North Carolina has had a Jewish community since the early 1700s, who have since created numerous synagogues, cultural institutions, and charitable organizations that help make our state a great place to live. And
whereas the strength and resilience of the Jewish American community serve as an inspiration to us all, and their kindness and community spirit is a key aspect of what makes Apex great. And
whereas the town of Apex stands firm in solidarity with the Jewish American community in our town and nationwide, and strongly opposes any anti-Semitism, prejudice, or persecution they are subjected to.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 Jewish American Heritage Month in the town of Apex, and urge all residents to come together through a shared commitment to unity and love for all people, signed this 28th day of April 2026. Receiving the proclamation tonight from the Jewish Federation of Raleigh, Robin Talley, also from the North Carolina Coalition for Israel, Lorraine Meehan, Andrew Gluck, Amy Rosenthal, Deborah Friedman, and Ken Friedman. Please come up and accept the proclamation. And others who are here for the proclamation, please come up. If I didn't call your name. Thank you for being here. Yes. Thank you for being here.
thank you all very much.
All right, our next proclamation is National Tennis Month 2026. Councilmember Gray.
Okay, kicking off the proclamation for National Pickleball Month. I joke. I joke. I joke. A little levity in this. Say the real. Never make fun of the person who's got a big racket who's going to be standing next to me. I got it. I got it. National Tennis Month 2026. Whereas tennis is an exciting, approachable, and accessible sport which helps promote excellent opportunities for its players to enjoy competition and socialization, spend time outside, and increase their physical health. And
whereas research by the Physical Activity Council shows that more than 27.3 million Americans played tennis in 2025, an unprecedented 6.2% increase in participation over 2024. And
whereas Apex is proud to support this growth with its excellent tennis infrastructure, including tennis lessons and competitive tennis leagues for residents and non-residents, as well as open play opportunities at Apex Community Park, Apex Nature Park, Pleasant Park, and Kelly Road Park. And
whereas Western Wake Tennis Association is also a champion for tennis in Apex, with its programs and resources for youth and adults, as well as through its specialized tennis programs for players with disabilities. And
whereas the town of Apex is grateful to both its Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department and to the Western Wake Tennis Association for their excellent work in supporting and growing tennis for everyone to enjoy.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 National Tennis Month in the town of Apex and encourage residents to enjoy this great game. Set up a time to play with friends and enjoy an experience that is truly hard to match. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Let's have Chris Merrick and Christine Watson. And I don't see Laura. Is Laura here? She's not here. Okay, come on up and receive the proclamation. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Bring the tennis racket in the middle. Yeah. Try not to hit me with this. This way. There you go.
Hey, can you come on too? Yeah, camera right there for us. Thank you very much. Horizontal. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. 1 more. 3, 2, 1. I appreciate it, guys.
All right, we'll have that time of Apex. Thank you so much for the work you've done.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, tennis over.
Yes.
All right, moving on. Proclamation for Older Americans Month 2026. Councilmember Reese will kick us off with that proclamation.
Older Americans Month 2026. Speaking my language. Whereas Older Americans Month, observed each May, is a time to recognize the countless contributions, experiences, and achievements of older adults while reaffirming our commitment to supporting their health, independence, and well-being. And
whereas the 2026 theme, Champion Your Health, emphasizes the importance of wellness, prevention, and self-care, encouraging individuals to take an active role in maintaining their physical, mental, and emotional health as they age, and
whereas older adults are vital members of our community, contributing their time, talents, and leadership through volunteering, mentoring, civic engagement, and participation in local programs and activities, and
whereas the town of Apex is home to 16,785 residents age 55 and older, each bringing unique life experiences, knowledge, and value to that strengthen the fabric of our community. And
whereas older adults in Apex have access to a wide range of opportunities throughout our community, including Town of Apex facilities and parks, local organizations, and civic groups that support championing their health through active living, connection, learning, and engagement. And
Reese, you back? Okay.
And I was ready that time. Whereas the town of Apex is committed to fostering an environment where older adults can thrive by supporting active lifestyles, encouraging preventative health practices, reducing social isolation, and promoting opportunities for engagement, purpose, and connection.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, representing the older Americans, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Older Americans Month in the town of Apex and encourage all residents to recognize, celebrate, and support older adults in our community as they continue to champion their health and enrich the lives of those around them. Signed the 20th day of April 2026. All right. Megan Rushing, Recreation Program Supervisor. Thank you for your work. Allie Perlasky, Senior Center Manager. Don Hassinger, Eric Weideman, Terry Edwards, Karen Matthews Lee, Sheila Morrison, Alan White, and Millicent White. Thank you.
Jamila Godfrey, New Park.
Jamila Godfrey from, please come up. You don't have a choice, ma'am. He said you had to come up, so. All right.
We need a few on the other side. We need a few on the other side.
Amen. Sure. Our next proclamation is Public Service Recognition Week 2026. Mayor Pro Tem Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the town of Apex employs more than 700 public servants who work diligently to provide exceptional service across many types of programs and services to our more than 80,000 residents. And
whereas town employees provide clear evidence every day of their dedication to public service, expertise in their role, and passion for serving a great community of residents. And
whereas town employees are vital to so many of the aspects of day-to-day life in Apex, including transportation, water and electricity access, fire and police protection, green space and recreation opportunities, waste and recycling services, building safety, planning and development, housing assistance, government connectivity, and much, much more. And
whereas many public service jobs are physically hazardous or dangerous, and we extend our thanks to all of these employees who take risks in their daily lives to help our town stay protected and run effectively. And
whereas the town of Apex extends its sincerest thanks to all of its public servants whose work has an immensely positive impact in making Apex the peak of good living. And
now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd to May 9th, 2026, Public Service Recognition Week in the town of Apex, and encourage residents to extend their thanks to a town employee or department who has helped make their day a little better. Receiving the proclamation tonight will be Karen McGee, our HR director, Carmen McGee. All other town employees in the room, please come up and receive the proclamation.
Can I get two lines of Can I get some of you guys to stand in between?
it's like in the pool, we can't swim past it.
Yeah.
I'm going to shorter in front. Sword is
And 3, 2, 1. 1, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Jimmy got a fan club. All right. Final proclamation tonight is Safe Drinking Water Week 2026, Sunday, May 3rd through Saturday, May 9th. And Council Member Moo will be kicking us off.
whereas water is our most important natural resource and serve as the cornerstone for every other resource and service we enjoy each day. And
whereas safe drinking water is critical to the health and vitality of any community through its essential function in human life and through its role in proper hygiene. And
whereas the Town of Apex Water Resources Department employs 75 employees who work to maintain the health and quality of the town's water supply and ensure that all residents have access to the safe drinking water. And
Whereas the work of Apex Water Resources is not only essential, it's also very complex with working divisions of administration, stormwater engineering, utilities engineering, water quality, utility maintenance, meter services, compliance, collection system maintenance, pump station maintenance, and water reclamation. And
whereas the town of Apex remains committed to the supplying of safe drinking water, as well as the responsible usage and the preservation of its natural resources which it comes from.
Now therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026, Safe Drinking Water Week in the town of Apex, and commend our excellent water resources staff for their professionalism, commitment to safety, and hard work in keeping the town healthy and hydrated. Receiving the proclamation tonight will be our Water Resources Director, Jonathan Jacobs, and all members of the Water Resources team. Please come up. Assistant Town Manager Marty Stone is being summoned to the front as well. Thank you, sir. The original, The Rock. All right, we're moving on now to the Think Apex Award presentations. All right. Ms. Breanne Gill.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. All right, how are you all? Good? Awesome. I'm pretty good, Town Clerk? Cool. All right. All right, so good evening. I have the honor and the pleasure of serving as the Community Engagement Manager for the town of Apex, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 Think Apex Awards. This year is super special because we are celebrating 10 years of acknowledging community and all of the beautiful and positive contributions that our community stakeholders make towards the town of Apex. The Think Apex initiative, created in 2014, aims to foster a strong sense of community by encouraging a local mindset throughout Apex amongst businesses, residents, and visitors. The Think Apex Awards, created in 2016, recognizes outstanding local businesses, individuals, groups, nonprofits, and youth for their dedicated service to others and to the Apex community as a whole. Nominations for the awards were received through a public online application process. Winners were selected by previous Think Apex Award recipients. A few of them are here with us today, and I would like to extend a special thank you to all of them for their invaluable role in this year's selection process. Tonight, we have Mayor Gilbert will assist with the awards presentation, as well as Marla Newman and our town council. Mayor Pro Tem Joel. Oh, and I'm sorry. That's why I paused. Lord, forgive me. And our former Mayor Pro Tem Nicole Dozier, please join us. I didn't see her. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Got to clean my glasses. All right. At this time, we'd like to recognize all of this year's nominees. When we call your name or the name of your organization, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called. Audience, please hold your applause until all names are announced. We will start with the individual or group category. First, we have Camarina Munoz, Adam Whitaker, Richard Madalaw, Ivania Gutierrez, Marina Baloshitska, Pawan Mishra, Phil Welch, Prasan Gurung, Drew Ludlow, Daniel Kotoparast, Pat Smith, Marianne, Giorgio, Angelica Swantek, and Sean Roulette. Please join me in giving our individual or group nominees a round of applause. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Thank you. The nominees for the business category are Peak of the Vine, South Line Brewing Taproom, Harmony Home, Positively Apex, Montessori Creative School of Apex, Cello Design, and Foxtail Coffee. Please join me in applauding this year's business nominees. All right, thank you. You may be seated. The nominees for the nonprofit category are A Voice for All Foundation, Shining Light in the Darkness, Connecting Community, St. Vincent de Paul Conference of St. Andrew, Triple T Foundation, Scott Herndon Foundation. Please join me in applauding this year's nominees for the business category. Nonprofit. Thank you so much. You may be seated. And next we have the nominees for the youth category, which are Juliana Corsetti and Nishka Karki. All right. So we will now recognize the honorable mention and top thinker for each category. If your name is announced, please come forward and walk to the left of me, shake hands with all of the council members, receive your award, and pose for a quick photo with Mayor Gilbert and former Mayor Pro Tempore Dozier. After your picture, please stand to the side as we will take a group photo once all the winners have received their award. We will start with the individual or group category. The honorable mention in the individual or group category leads with compassion in action, building trusted relationships and connecting families with the resources they need to thrive. Through monthly community programs, they have created welcoming spaces where children engage in healthy activity while families gain access to health care, education, and essential support services. By partnering with dozens of organizations and personally engaging residents, their work has connected hundreds of individuals and families to critical resources, strengthening both stability and opportunity within our community. Their hands-on approach, meeting people where they are, responding to real needs, and bringing neighbors together has helped ensure that no one feels alone. The honorable mention in the individual or group category goes to Ivania Gutierrez.
Picture time over here.
So I gotta keep it going.
No. Okay.
Oh.
everybody matters. Everybody deserves a chance, an opportunity, and I fight for my Latino community because they're resilient and I admire my people.
Alrighty. The top thinker in the individual or group category, the nominee is the visionary founder and leader behind the Loon Sparks Center for Creativity, transforming a bold idea into a thriving hub for artistic expression, opportunity, and community connection. Through this work, they have built a platform that deeply engages with the Apex and broader Triangle community through arts education, events, and meaningful support for local artists and families. By expanding access to the arts, they have created a space where creativity is not a privilege, but a pathway to confidence, growth, and belonging. In a time when arts access continues to shrink, this nominee has opened doors, uplifting talent, empowering the new generation, and strengthening the cultural fabric of our community. The Top Thinker Award in the individual or group category goes to Pawan Mishra. Alrighty, so next we have the business category. The honorable mention in the business category, founded by an Apex resident, this business has transformed the visual identity of Apex through vibrant, meaningful murals across the community. A formal elementary school teacher who followed her passion for arts now creates large-scale works that bring color, character, and pride to local spaces. From Foxtail Coffee and Peace Love and Little Donuts to Wake Med Rehab Center and throughout the Sweetwater community. Her murals are more than art. They are lasting public expression of community identity that residents experience every day. Through creativity and dedication, this work has made Apex more beautiful, welcoming, and connected. The Honorable Mention Award in the business category goes to Cello Design Company. The Top Thinker in the business category is a cornerstone of the downtown Apex community. Since opening in 2015, the owners have created a welcoming space where people come together to connect, celebrate, and support one another. Through events like local art showcases, student displays, fundraisers, and Meet Your Town Council gatherings, they have intentionally used their business as a platform for community engagement and impact. Beyond its cultural impact, this business has strengthened the local economy by supporting employees, partnering with small businesses and vendors, and consistently drawing residents and visitors to downtown Apex. This year's Top Thinker Award in the business category goes to Peak of the Vine.
Congratulations. Thanks for all your hard work. Congratulations, buddy.
Now for the nonprofit category. This nonprofit, founded by an Apex resident, is dedicated to connecting individuals and agencies to ensure vital resources reach those who need them most. By bringing programs directly into mobile home park communities, the organization removes barriers to access and creates safe, welcoming spaces where families can receive support and build connections. Through initiatives like youth soccer, Zumba, children's activities, fresh food distribution, diaper support, and bilingual health and education resources, this work meets residents where they are, both physically and culturally. Through strong partnerships and a deep, ongoing commitment, these efforts have expanded access, strengthened relationships, and created an inclusive and connected Apex community. The honorable mention in the nonprofit category goes to Connecting Community.
Like, you know, you're running out of heads for all those things.
Be a carry case now.
Congratulations.
The top thinker in the nonprofit category has made a powerful impact in Apex by advancing communication accessibility for individuals who are nonverbal or have difficulty speaking. In 2025, they expanded the foundation's reach by developing and distributing communication boards and resources across public spaces, helping individuals express basic needs, safety concerns, and social interactions. Beyond tools, she has brought together families, educators, first responders, and providers to build a stronger, more connected support system for neurodivergent individuals. Through inclusive events, hands-on advocacy, and hundreds of volunteer hours, she has created safe spaces, reduced isolation for families, and improved access to critical services. Her work goes beyond awareness, delivering real tangible solutions that make Apex an inclusive, supported, and connected town for all. The top thinker in the nonprofit category goes to A Voice for All Foundation. The award recipient is not with us this evening, but we will receive the award on her behalf. Let's see. And last but certainly not least, we have the youth category. The honorable mention in the youth category is making a remarkable impact in Apex, currently serving as a youth voting member on the town's Arts and Advisory Board, the youngest member ever appointed to this role. She has contributed nearly 200 volunteer hours to the Apex community, supporting local events and helping care for Apex parks. Through her involvement, she is not only giving back, but also inspiring other young people to get engaged. Her leadership extends across numerous roles, including participation in the mayor's internship program, serving as a board leader for Kids Who Give, and volunteering with the Apex Youth Council. She has also been selected as a governor's page, reflecting her commitment to civic engagement at the state level. In addition to her community impact, she remains highly involved at Apex High School through Model UN, FBLA, Student Council, and the varsity stunt team, demonstrating exceptional dedication, leadership, and balance, both in and outside the classroom. The honorable mention in the youth category goes to Juliana Corsetti. righty. The top thinker in the youth category. This nominee has demonstrated exceptional leadership and selfless service across Apex through a wide range of volunteer and community initiatives. As a leader within the Apex Youth Council, the mayor's internship program, and local nonprofit organizations, she has supported events serving children, seniors, individuals with special needs, and environmental initiatives. From hands-on service at community events to organizing inclusive programming, her work reflects a deep commitment to serving all members of the community. She also played a key role in launching a career fair at the Apex Community Center, connecting teens with professionals across industries and expanding opportunities for youth beyond any single organization. In addition, her leadership in STEM mentorship, guiding students in robotics, drones, and hands-on learning, demonstrates a commitment to empowering the next generation. Her dedication has been recognized through multiple honors, including the Mayor's Award, Commissioner's Award, and the President's Volunteer Service Award, reflecting both the breadth and depth of her impact. The top thinker in the youth category goes to Nishka Karki. On behalf of the town of Apex, thank you all for coming tonight. Congratulations again to all of the nominees and the winners. Please let's give them another round of applause. We also want to again acknowledge former Mayor Pro Tem Dozier for bringing your idea to life. We want to thank the Town Council for always supporting initiatives that keep community at the center of Apex. Community is what makes Apex the peak of good living. So again, thank you for your positive contributions. Let's stay connected. Let's stay engaged. And in closing, let me encourage everyone here tonight to foster a local mindset to support and invest in the local and unique aspects of our community and to enjoy our town and each other's. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. If we could have all of the award recipients stay for a group photo along with our town council. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're going to stand back here. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody gets their pictures.
Yeah, we got people want.
Take your time. We get pictures.
Okay, not yet.
Everybody's a photographer today.
Yeah.
Everybody good?
Are we good now?
Oh, all righty. Great work, Brienne. Good job, CDNC. Appreciate y'all, your great work. Hey, we're going to go to a 10 minute. Is that good for everyone? Okay, all right. We're going to be in recess for 10. All right, thank you, everyone. We're back in session. We'll move now on the agenda to public forum. This is opportunity for community members to speak. As I'm getting the list now, looks like we have a total of 5 with only one person with 9 minutes. So you have 4 more people speaking with you to speak. All right, we'll start with Thomas Scott. If you would please come up. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Gilbert, City Council members. This is in regards to, I've had several email correspondences with the council, City Council members Mew, Mahaffey, Mayor Gilbert, Mr. Vosberg. This is in regards to contractors who are unlicensed. They performed uninspected work. The town has issued notices of compliance, and the town, through Mr. Vosberg, let me quote the UDO, please. UDO is Article 11, Enforcement, 11.1, 11.5. This is in regards to the town being able to fine contractors for unpermitted work, uninspected work, and non-compliance with town directives. And the town could actually sue to force compliance. The town has refused to adhere to the UDO. And I can't, for the life of me, understand why. Councilwoman Mew, I had a meeting with her at Foxtail. I gave her a whole binder. She dropped it on somebody's desk, and nothing's happened. Absolutely zero. And I don't understand why. You're looking at a revenue shortfall, but you have an avenue, per the town manager, to be able to rectify this and to go after builders that do not follow the code. Period. I'm kind of hot because this has happened to me. I ended up with a contractor during COVID who wasn't licensed, GC, electrical, plumbing, nothing. Jasper Garner with the electrical department came out. He's put a block on my property. Well, that's going to affect the sale of my property. I'm in a lawsuit now with Luxury Bath and Kitchen in Raleigh. It's been going on for a couple of years now. And I've got an attorney. I have talked to your city attorney, Lori Ho. I think Marty Stone's been copied in on this. Assistant manager. Zero. I want answers. I want to know why you're not adhering to the UDO and following the provisions of the UDO. That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for speaking tonight. All right, Karen.
I'm coming.
Take your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. First of all, Councilman Gray, you said talk about the budget. Listen up. I've been talking for a while. First of all, one of your council members told us that it was only going to be pennies increases on taxes. Well, it's pennies on a percentage of the price of the valuation of the property. We don't have any control over that, but that can be hundreds of dollars. Number two, I want to make it perfectly clear to the entire council and to the mayor and to the police department and to the fire department, I completely support what they need to do the job. Their equipment, their uniforms, their pay, whatever, I support it. Next. You're raising the fees on the youth sports? That's kind of like a tax on your citizens here in Apex. Them little kids, we already paying for parks and recreation in our tax dollars. Now you're gonna add on extra bucks on the youth sports. You're increasing the services, but you're giving us less service for things like yard waste. I'll get to that later on. You just got done recognizing older Americans. I'm one in that category, okay? We'll admit it anytime, anywhere. But you're taxing us out of Apex and our homes. I've got one neighbor who already has to move because he can't afford to live in his house. And don't get me started on your QR crap. We're gonna now have to pay in our taxes, if I understand what you discussed, but it's a little hard to hear over in that corner, that us taxpayers are gonna have to have an increase in our taxes to pay for the people that haven't paid their utility bills. I want you to show me where the cuts are to the budget. Thank you. Be around in a little bit.
Thanks for speaking. Elizabeth Raystead.
Elizabeth Raystead, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor and Town Council. Good evening. I want to first stop and thank Councilman Zegerman for clearly and transparently laying out how the $6 million in delinquent electric bills equates to roughly 3 cents or 7.6% of the town's proposed property tax rate. It is a substantial number. When I first saw the number looking at the agenda, I was like, okay, am I overreacting? I was like, whoa. Dropped it into AI and, well, that was really the wrong thing. It came back with much more alarming information. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the town's audited financials. Well, I could find the fiscal year 22, 23, 24, but I could not find last year's fiscal 25, 26 audited financials. I went back to the council meeting minutes, and the last time that we had the annual comprehensive financial report presented to the council was January of 2025. So nothing has occurred this year to talk about the fiscal year end of June 30th of 2025. So I said, okay, let me go to the Local Government Commission. And for my neighbors here who may not know about it, it's a division of the North Carolina Treasury. And it is the department where all municipalities and councils have to submit their audited financials. They aren't showing. They aren't showing they've received the financials from Apex yet. And that was really surprising because the last 3 years, the deadline was December of that fiscal year, or following the close of June 30th, that December. And Apex was late the last 3 years. So I thought this year was going to be an easy year because they extended the deadline to March 31st. And now we're sitting here at the end of April and they don't have anything. So now I'm starting to question, the town's delinquent. And in the past, you would have to write a simple little letter. But the consequences, according to General Statute 159-34, they can actually withhold a portion of your sales tax. And that was actually mentioned in last year's presentation. It wasn't in the meeting minutes, but if you go back and listen to the YouTube video, you will hear that was laid out, that we could not be late again because the consequences were different. So if we're in a year where there's declining revenue and we have people not paying their bills, certainly we should file things on time so we don't have our sales tax withheld. So I ask you to look into it and figure out what's going on because we as a town should not have our financials late. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking. Mary Miskimen.
Good evening, Mayor Gilbert and council members. Free. It's a word I see a lot in Town of Apex posts on social media, including those about the Go Apex bus service that few people utilize, the 20 or so town organized and paid for events, in addition to the 13 other events the town provides staff support for, not to mention the community engagement series. All of these events are fun and appeal to various groups in our community, no doubt. But in reality, none of these services or events is really free. Taxpayers fund all of these initiatives to some degree. That's money that is not going to public safety, including school resource officers, or to other infrastructure needs that would benefit the entire Apex community. So I implore the council to please review attendance at these events or on the bus routes and other discretionary expenditures and scale back or eliminate those with low attendance or find alternative funding sources. The annual budget for the town has increased from about $160 million in fiscal year 2019 to potentially $245 million in fiscal year 2027. Along with tax hikes, we've seen huge increases in utility bills that are absolutely crushing families. Now the council is likely to approve a reduction in the popular yard waste removal services. This is an essential government responsibility that should be funded. So I ask the council to please focus on essential services, such as public safety, and seek more private sponsorships for the fun and fancy expenditures, because at the end of the day, nothing is free. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking. Final speaker signed up, Frank Jackson. Yes, 4 more people. 9 minutes, please, Mr. Clerk.
Mayor Gilbert, Town Council members, good evening. Like you said, my name is Frank Jackson. My address is 2104 Abbey Marie Lane in Fuquay Varina. But I'm also a parishioner, 32-year parishioner at St. Andrew the Apostle Catholic Church here in Apex. I'm also the executive director of the nonprofit St. Francis Builds. I'm here tonight to join others in our heartfelt quest to improve housing affordability in the town of Apex and the surrounding Triangle communities. Many have come before me to talk about affordable housing. It's not the mega mansions that are currently being built by developers in the $600,000 to more than $1 million range. Average blue collar and now even many white collar workers can no longer afford to live and flourish here in the peak of good living. When families are approaching 50% or more of their income paying their mortgage, insurance, property taxes, there's not much left for the rest of their bills that we're all confronted with. It's a fallacy by many that as individuals receive salary increases, they move into larger, newer homes, and that lower income individuals can then move into those single family homes, those condos and the townhomes. And maybe they're a little run down, but they're adequate for their needs. What we have found is that affordable homes means more than low price. For many, it means being able to continue living in place, often places they can no longer afford to pay for or even maintain. For several years, St. Francis Builds has been providing home repairs to seniors, veterans, and disabled families that are living below poverty level. We do it with volunteers and financial contributions. There's a large need for individuals and families right here in Apex that are living in deplorable conditions that in many cases are so dangerous you wouldn't even have your pets living there. We're currently working on 4 simultaneous projects with many more on our growing waiting list as people hear about the efforts that we do. One example that we've worked on is a single disabled gentleman, a 72-year-old veteran. He owns a mobile home here in Apex. He brings in about $1,200 a month from Social Security, for which he pays about $600 in rent for his land. But imagine having $600 left to pay for utilities, taxes, doctor visits, medications, and food. His floor, manufactured from fiberboard, had rotted over the years, creating potholes inside of his home every couple of feet. He often fell through those holes, getting injured. In addition, none of his appliances worked, and his roof leaked as though it were raining inside. His shower leaked so badly that if he turned the water on, it cascaded through the wall into his bedroom, flooding it. With volunteers and donations, we were able to create a safe, warm, and dry home for this man. gave him back his dignity, and changed his life and his attitude. Another example is a retired couple who owns a home here in Apex. He's partially blind and he's had 3 strokes. His wife had major back problems and she's also disabled. They also, by the way, care for their 2-year-old grandson who lives with them only because his mom didn't want the responsibility of a child. So the grandparents took him in. The rear of the house that they live in has already collapsed onto itself, and it's pulling down the rest of the structure. They have no central heating and have been relying on a single fireplace for warmth, and often for cooking, as the appliances aren't always working. At least that's what they've told me. They've also fallen behind in utility bills, for which St. Andrew's Parish and the St. Vincent de Paul Conference, which is represented here tonight, has assisted. Essentially, this family is camping in their dilapidated home. St. Francis Builds is doing what it can to assist, but so much more needs to be done. And for years, no one seems to be listening to their needs. I'm sure you're thinking, well, why don't these families do something about it? We have programs here in Apex. Yes, you do, but many of them don't even come close to the level of need that exists. Often there are so many hurdles to overcome, and the lead times to receive that help are substantial. There are many reasons for this, and St. Francis Builds volunteers are here because we want to make a difference in our communities. Our studies have found that of the more than 25,000 households just here in Apex, approximately 1% are classified as seniors and or disabled, living below poverty level. That equates to conservatively more than 250 homes that are in this condition. If each home required an average of $10,000 in renovations, bringing it just to a point of basic living, that still amounts to about $2.5 million. As I've mentioned, our nonprofit St. Francis Builds has repaired several homes here in Apex. The average cost of materials has been about $7,000. Throw in a new HVAC system, which costs between $12,000 and $15,000, and quickly you're up to $19,000, $20,000 per household. Does every poverty-stricken house need these extensive repairs? No, but many do, and these people just don't know how to communicate their needs. There's no neighborhood watch, if you will, to keep an eye on these home repair needs. I personally retired after serving as a project manager for 35 years, while simultaneously volunteering for over 20 years repairing homes around the country ravaged by hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and natural disasters. I've even been as far as Haiti after their devastating earthquake. So I've seen poor. The poor in Haiti are living under plastic tarps with their family. Poor is feeding your family clay just to stop the hunger pangs. Yes, clay. Is that a bleak outlook? Perhaps it is. We're not there yet. But ignoring the growth of poverty right here in our own backyard won't make the problems go away. Having had a thriving handyman business myself, and having impoverished residents coming up to me, desperately asking for help, we looked at ourselves and decided to shutter our for-profit business. We started our nonprofit, St. Francis Builds. We've been blessed with all of us with good jobs all our lives, the ability to save for our own retirement, and others helping us when we needed it. At St. Francis Builds, we decided up front not to take salaries and to engage like-minded people willing to volunteer their time and their talents. Somehow we've convinced people that what we do benefits the community and themselves, and many have helped to partially finance our projects as well. St. Francis Builds wants to be part of the changes that are taking place here in Apex. We want to be part of the discussion, part of the solution. We realize that the town budget can't do it alone. The county budget can't do it alone. The federal budget might be able to, but they're not going to do it alone. And builders can't do it alone. And those living in poverty in these deplorable conditions, they absolutely can't do it alone. We're working together, coming up with not just common sense goals, but formalizing commitments and accountability on the part of local government and its citizens, searching out and truly listening to those residents in need. Those changes can and do move mountains. I'm not naive to believe that these are simple changes. They're not. But this is the peak of good living. It should be good living for all residents, not just those who can afford the current out-of-control cost of living. Everybody deserves respect, dignity, and a safe place to live. On behalf of all of the volunteers at St. Francis Builds, I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. thank you, Mr. Jackson, and everyone who spoke tonight during a public forum. We'll go ahead and close it at this time and move into public hearings. So we have public hearing 1, annexation number 824, 8204 Stevenson Road. Ms. Diane Ken, planning director.
All right, so this annexation is at 8204 Stevenson Road that is located in our far eastern portion of the jurisdiction. This is an existing single home, and they are requesting annexation due to septic failure. Staff does recommend approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions for Ms. Kent? Hearing none, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing for comment. No one signed up to speak. Public hearing is closed. It's back to council for possible motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Move now to public hearing 2, annexation number 826, Veridia ETJ.
All right.
Sorry.
I didn't do it fast enough.
Quick.
So annexation 826 is Veridia, and these are various parcels that have been added to the project, and they are requesting town services. Staff does recommend approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Ms. Kent? All right, hearing none, we'll open up public hearing for this item. We have 2 people here, but they're actually here just to answer any questions on behalf of Veridia, right? Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and close it. Motion approved. Motion Mahaffey.
Second.
Second Reese. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Annexation 827, public hearing 3, annexation 27, 827, 1217 Twin Creek Road.
All right, so this is in the far northern area of our jurisdiction. This property is a single-family home, and they are requesting annexation for well and septic failure, excuse me. It is a 5-acre parcel. Staff recommends approval. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right, hearing none, open up the public hearing for comment. No one signed up to speak. It is closed.
Motion approved.
Motion Mahaffey.
Second.
Second Zigerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, moving on to public hearing 4, Yard Waste Program updates. We had the presentation last council meeting by Mr. Vosberg. Thank you for that.
Why is it doing
You got
Like random times too. Like
No, it's so weird.
And also the presentation by Mr. Mullis. Thank you for that, for Public Works. So this is an opportunity for members of the community to come in and just present any concerns or questions through the public hearing process. So we'll start with Karen. Thanks again for signing up.
Okay, I forgot to announce, I'm Karen Delventhal, 507 Homestead Park Drive in Apex. That means I live in the town. Good evening, council members and mayor, yada yada. Yard waste. Okay, previously, a couple weeks ago, I presented Mayor Pro Temp Mahaffey with a picture of 5 wheelbarrows full of pine needles out on my curb. Not leaves, not grass, not branches, twigs, anything else, just pine needles from one blow. A blow is a big windstorm. One. 5 wheelbarrows. That's from my gutters, from one side of my house, from pine trees that aren't even on my property. 5 wheelbarrows. The HOA requires that I have a pretty lawn. I don't want to get fined. Your proposed, already done deal yard waste program, not taking suck 'em up truck, that's what I call it, the vacuum truck around to pick up grass. You'll do it in the fall for the leaves. I want to know what you're going to do about the pine needles. Do I put them in the trash can? Do I wait until you get around to a big container for me that I can't? Number one, got wheels. Hard for me to get these trash cans, these big suckers, out to the curb as it is and get them back in, because got to get them out of sight. Can't leave them out. HOA. Don't know what you're going to do about these pine needles. Every time we get a big storm, we got one, was it last night or the night before? A lot of wind. Guess who's going to have a crew come rake up the pine needles and put them to the curb? What you going to do for these big blows? Because they're still going to happen. I have no authority to cut down those pine trees. If I did, I would. They'd be out of there. But they aren't. You better come up with a solution. You proposed all this yard waste increase. You're decreasing my services. What are you going to do about my pine needles? I got time to spare.
Thanks again for speaking. All right, Mayor Miskimen.
Thank you again, Mayor Gilbert and Council. Mary Miskimen, 3177 Retama Run, New Hill. When I first moved to Apex in 1995, one of the best services the town offered was that curbside yard waste collection. As an avid gardener, it was so easy just to place all my pruned plant material at the curb, especially now in the spring. Now Apex is cutting this popular service to bi-weekly and effectively requiring Apex families to store a third cart when many of us live in townhomes with little to no storage for the 2 carts we already have to store. I understand that some people put out large trees, and that was burdensome to the town. It just seems to me that we could have come up with a more creative solution than cutting the weekly yard waste pickup and requiring materials to be placed in a cart, which can be difficult for some people with physical limitations. Additionally, people are going to dump their grass clippings and other yard waste material in the neighborhood RCAs. They're going to do it there or elsewhere in Apex rather than use those carts. As for what other neighboring towns are doing, frankly, I do not care. I live in Apex, not Holly Springs or Cary. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. All right, that was the last person to sign up, so public hearing is closed. Mr. Vosberg, again, what is the next steps of the yard? Can you just remind us?
So we will be bringing on May 12th, I believe, the ordinance for council consideration.
Okay, thank you. All right, we move on to public hearing 5 and 6 together, annexation number 807 and rezoning case 26CZ01.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This annexation is located in the western section of town. This is actually two lots of record, 2 acres and 1 acre, so a total of 3 acres, south of Castleberry Road, and then here's Chatham County line. And this is associated with the rezone, so you'll be voting on it at the end. So 26CZ018905 Castleberry Road. This project was actually reviewed by Planning Board on December 8th, 2025. So giving you a quick history, page 1 in your staff report states that the proposed rezoning at that time was low density residential conditional zoning, going from 2 lots to 4 lots. Planning Board recommended denial, and the project was never before Town Council. It was continued, and then the applicant withdrew the application. So the applicant submitted an application, this is 26CZ01, for the proposed rural residential conditional zoning, going from 2 lots to 3 lots. The parcel includes currently a single-family house, mature trees, and then the, 'n- existing stream coming across the property. 'N- The Castleberry Road is a North Carolina Department of Transportation road with an existing terminus of state maintenance at Sleepy Valley Road. So it ends right here. And then Castleberry Road west of Sleepy Valley Road and Council Drive are privately maintained roads. So the current zoning is Wake County Residential 80W. Proposed is rural residential conditional zoning. The current land use classification is rural density residential. If rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map would classification would change to rural transition residential. Neighborhood meetings were conducted on February 5th and March 5th, 2026, and they're attached to your staff report. Wake County Public Schools indicates elementary, middle, and high schools within the current assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, but school expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address this at the elementary, middle, and high school level. The proposed zoning uses include single-family dwelling, accessory apartment, utility, minor, park, active, passive, and greenway. And then the proposed conditions under design is a maximum of 3 lots. Minimum lot size shall be 35,000 square feet. Average lot 42,000 after the right-of-way dedication. A 40-foot undisturbed type B landscape buffer along the eastern and southern property line. And then a 6-foot high privacy outside the required landscape buffer along the southern property line. Install evergreen trees along the eastern property line adjacent with the type A buffer standards. Covenant shall not restrict construction of accessory dwelling units. And they also included accessory dwelling units, whether attached or detached, shall be limited to 1 bedroom, not exceed 1,500 square feet, or 40% of the primary dwelling unit, whichever is less. The transportation condition that the developer shall construct and dedicate an extension of the Castleberry Road from the existing state maintenance to the western boundary and frontage of Castleberry Road. It's a 22-foot wide public street based on Town of Apex rural residential street standards, and also construct a 5-foot sidewalk along the project frontage. And then the developer shall terminate Castleberry Road with a public cul-de-sac. Each lot shall be served by a single driveway, and all driveways shall exclusively access the public street extension of Castleberry Road. Construction activities shall be restricted to Monday through Saturday, no later than 7 p.m., and construction vehicles shall not use Sleepy Valley Road to access the properties. They included 8 environmental conditions and 8 architectural conditions, such as the materials, the garage door details, porch at a minimum 6 feet in depth. Due to, after the planning board meeting, the developer or applicant included 2 additional architectural conditions. All exterior house-mounted light fixtures installed on the eastern facing facade of the most eastern building, including but not limited to wall packs, sconces, and floodlights, shall be fully cut off or fully shielded in design. And then the easternmost residential structure shall be accessed via driveway on the western side of the lot and shall not have a vehicle garage access door on the eastern facing side of the structure. Due to the small area, the project was exempt from the Environmental Advisory Board, Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and Affordable Housing. And just a quick overview of the rural transition residential classification is defined as a transition between rural density areas and low density residential areas. So low density classification is north of Castleberry Road, and then the rural density is here, and rural transition residential classification is at 1 unit per acre. Planning board recommended to deny at 6-2, and the planning board report to town council is attached to your packet. Planning staff recommends approval of the rezoning as proposed by the applicant. The 2045 land use map designates the site as rural density residential classification. The applicant is proposing rural residential conditional zoning with a maximum of 3 lots, 1 unit per acre. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, the land use would automatically be amended to rural transition residential. The proposed rezoning to rural residential conditional zoning will provide flexibility to accommodate 1 additional single-family lot. And the proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because the proposed rezoning will implement stricter environmental conditions than the UDO requires, and will allow single-family lots that are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood character, as it provides a transition between more rural residential areas and low-density residential areas. Furthermore, the proposed rezoning requires improvements to the Castleberry Road infrastructure from the end of the existing pavement on Castleberry Road to Council Drive. And you have received public hearing emails from the people listed on this. And with that, the applicant is here and he does have a PowerPoint presentation. And if you have any questions for staff.
Any questions for Ms. Cowles?
I do have a couple questions. And I think you just mentioned it, but I just want to make sure I got it. This is 2 lots that we're combining in a single rezoning request, correct? There's a northern and a southern lot, correct?
Mhm.
And so by rights, how many structures can be built there today without a rezoning?
2.
There's also on in the staff packets, one of the diagrams shows a stream running kind of east or from west to east through this lot, but I didn't see anything about riparian buffers in the staff report. Is this what's going on with that stream, and what will happen if this lot will be subdivided in 3 lots with 3 structures on it?
I think the applicant, it does go through TRC, we do review this, and it was not noted as far as a required buffer.
But what's going to happen with that stream then?
With the
So there's a stream on the lot running from west to east.
right, along about here.
And so there's no buffer requirements around that stream?
That's what, as far as going through TRC, stormwater control, staff does review that.
Okay.
And I think the applicant, will have.
While he's pulling it up, I can answer your question, Councilman Zuckerman. That's the stream is not a intermittent stream, so it's not really classified as a stream. It's more just a draw. The drainage does come from the kind of southeastern area of the lot towards the northwestern part, but once I get to that kind of picture of the 3-lot situation that you brought up, you'll kind of see in the more northwestern area off of this parcel where the stream was studied and where that stream origin point actually starts and where the buffer is located at. So it is completely off of this parcel though. So, but with that, good evening, council members, Mayor Gilbert. I'm Will Norton with Jones and Connaughton Engineering, 221 North Salem Street, here on behalf of the 2 property owners, and they are represented here tonight for the 2 parcels that are up for rezoning consideration. I want to thank June and planning staff for their assistance in working with us throughout the life of this rezoning case as it has evolved and changed for meeting on site and the kind of continuous evolution that this taken and how we can best provide the best outcome here for property owners and surrounding neighbors and for the public. So I just want to highlight just a short little PowerPoint presentation here, but a few points that kind of got us to where we're at tonight and how things have kind of taken shape. So like June mentioned, there's 2 lots of record here, tract 10 and 11, that equals 3 acres total. One's 2 acres, one's 1 acre. And so this proposal is for a maximum of 3 lots at 35,000 square foot minimum lot size with an average of 42,000 square foot. So right at an acre. As far as the average lot size, and that's to accommodate the cul-de-sac that would be implemented and the additional right-of-way needed to bring that on. The previous rezoning that was brought up from the background was the low density one with 4 lots at a 25,000 square foot minimum area. So, and this kind of gives you, I know June had it, but this kind of gives you a lay of the land of where Castleberry and Sleepy Valley, as well as the pump station across the street and the Lake Castleberry subdivision to the northeast. So some key revisions from 25CZ11 to 26CZ01, which is what we're presenting tonight, and a few other additions. The first bullet point just reiterates what I just talked about. The 20-foot type B landscape buffer was originally proposed in the original rezoning case. With staff kind of guidance, we increased that to a 40-foot type B landscape buffer. So effectively what that does is the closest home would be 50 foot at least from the common property line to the east. So the row of evergreen trees at a type A buffer standard in addition to the eastern landscape buffer. June touched on that, so that would be outside that 40 foot. So effectively at that type A buffer standard, you have roughly about 50 feet of supplemented landscaping in addition to what's out there based on the type B buffer. The road construction, June mentioned we've limited that further. If you kind of recall, we did have the road from Castleberry curving around and extending across the entire property frontage based on some guidance from planning board and from planning staff. We were allowed to end that in a public cul-de-sac at the pump station and kind of shorten that impervious amount that would be associated with this, needed to bring public road infrastructure to these parcels. The ADU zoning condition shall be allowed. So we didn't have to meet with the housing department, but we did meet with them, and this was a request from them, and you've seen it a handful of times now where this will assist with affordable housing. And so we did further restrict that to allow 1 per lot in the UDO, whether that's detached or attached, but it now has size restrictions. And then, let's see here. The other 2 conditions June mentioned, we added these based on planning board recommendation a couple weeks back, where lighting and kind of driveway orientation, garage access on that easternmost lot where we could accommodate that. So we've added those in as well. And then this is that kind of feature that shows a schematic of what these 3 lots could look like. And Arno, to your point, you can kind of see in that top left corner where the streams and the buffers round out. So off the property, but nonetheless being shown. So they have been studied. It's just not a called stream as far as NCDEQ or the Army Corps standards. So it's more just a natural draw where drainage can flow. And so with that, with this road infrastructure and the cul-de-sac being stopped right there, there wouldn't be a need for any sort of culvert or anything to cross. It would just naturally go towards that stream. So with that, just wanted to kind of follow up, but since planning board, we've continued to modify and make the project further mitigated based on neighbors' requests and planning board feedback. At the end of the day, this is an anticipated residential use in a residential area with approximately 1 acre lots on public water and sewer infrastructure that's across the street. We've added a lot of provisions that are in place to limit and minimize that disturbance to neighbors. This isn't a large scale development, as you can probably tell. There are a few of those on Castleberry Road, but this is relatively smaller in nature. This is 2 property owners that are going through the process to make a compatible change and incorporate into the town in order to build 3 homes. And the project is being supported by planning staff. This is not an interruption to any neighbors' daily activities, and we fully support their operations. This is not to hinder or disrupt anything that they have going on. The desire is to build 3 residences where folks can possibly come in and enjoy these same things in this neighborhood. The 2 parcels are about 300 feet wide from east to west. You'll hear some things, and you have in your staff packet So a 100-foot buffer is really not feasible to accommodate on this parcel when the resultant lots would not really be compatible at that point. You're just making smaller lots. So the approximate 50-foot of landscaping on either side, as well as the fence, hopefully shows that we're willing to mitigate as much as possible. And that separation from one residential property to another. So the Army Corps land is approximately 920 feet south. I know that's been a topic of discussion as well. So we're about 920 feet away to the south to that Army Corps land. The road extension, we'll kind of talk on that. It's as minimal as it could be for a public road to be put in this place, and we have to have that public infrastructure in order to get access to town annex parcels. It also kind of provides an access to the pump station. The pump station has a concrete driveway out there, and every time I've been to the site, there's always trucks there. So this would help kind of help beef up that infrastructure to town standards for public use. And so much of the construction related requests that you'll see in the neighbors are guided by laws and regulations, not by voluntary zoning conditions. So this, by nature and by scale, is not going to be a clear-cut, mass-graded project. They're large lots. There won't be blasting or mass earthwork involved. So any tree removal or grading of that sort will be on a lot-by-lot basis, just to build the home on the respective lot. So I hope all that I've laid out as best as I could and shown that this proposed rezoning is compatible in the interest of the greater public. As always, I'm here to answer any questions. Appreciate June and all the planning staff, and appreciate the opportunity and all y'all's time as this has gone on for the past few months. So thank y'all.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Just one question. I know that there were a lot of comments from the neighbors with regard to this project. Can you just briefly describe, what steps have you taken to address their concerns?
Sure, yeah. So as I said, this is kind of going on over the past handful of months, and lot count was one thing. So taking that from 4 down to 3, which is kind of what planning has guided us on, is a 1 unit per acre is appropriate here as a transition. You have Lake Castleberry across the street, which is low density rezoning, and then kind of that 1 unit per acre is what kind of fits here based on the proximity to everything and proximity to town infrastructure as well. So, but proposing 4, bringing that down to 3, we feel was a nice mitigation, as well as increasing that buffer. The neighbors asked for a 100-foot buffer from the east, and based on lot size, that just wasn't really feasible. But however, we did increase from a 20-foot to a 40-foot type B, as well as add the evergreen trees to kind of also mitigate that. We've highlighted those 2 conditions that were added from planning board to now, and so that would help as well mitigate any light pollution, per se, is kind of the term that people use from our site to the east as well. And in general, it's just going to be your house mounted stuff, so not any kind of heavy industrial type lighting. It'll just be house mounted features. So and then the driveway access, effectively, the driveways will only come out to Castleberry Road, 1 single driveway. That's as part of the zoning conditions. So not going to have as many access points or anything like that. It'll be a single driveway out to Castleberry Road. So those are some kind of highlights that we've talked about, and things that were asked of us to kind of gear development a little bit further away from the existing properties. So that's kind of a handful of things that we've talked about and things that have evolved. But in general, the whole case has kind of been added to and evolved to over time. But those are some of the main things.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
Can you, okay, what about clear cut? You mentioned, you try to avoid clear cut as much as possible. What's your practical way to, do that?
Sure. So just the nature of the construction of these being 1 acre lots and where the houses will be set back, it just the nature of the actual construction of it. The lots are, oriented in a way that north-south, that we're just going to take out what's necessary and grade what's necessary for the home construction. There's no RCA associated with this. There's no mass grading associated with this. It's based on the scale of it. So, yeah, that's kind of how that would, yeah, absolutely.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Yep.
We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing comment. We have 3 speakers signed up. We'll start with Eddie. Reading this right, Wasdale? Okay, that's fine, yeah. 3 minutes.
Mayor Gilbert, members of the council, my name is Tom Kendig. My wife Karen and I reside at 409 Sleepy Valley Road. We and our neighbors, most of whom are here this evening, are all a part of the Sleepy Valley rural residential community. Stand up. Last summer, we invited Mayor Gilbert to our neighborhood to show him that we are a tight-knit, long-standing rural residential community. We care for and watch over each other's properties. We celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, and sometimes just the joy of gathering. For years, we gathered at one of our neighbors' house for her birthday. We did that until she turned 102. For her 103rd birthday, we had to go to a nearby assisted living facility. She almost made it to her 104th. Our kids used to ride a tractor-drawn hay wagon to go house to house to do their trick-or-treating for Halloween. Our properties are on large lots, ranging from 2 to 21 acres, with an average of about 6. Several are actually in Chatham County. Our neighborhood adjoins and is surrounded by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, White Oak Creek floodplain, and ultimately Jordan Lake. And of course, if you go just a little further down there, it's actually the water intake for both you and Cary. The Corps land is leased as wildlife game lands and is teeming with wildlife. Mr. Mayor, the pair of eagles are again nesting in the tree that we walked you to last summer. Most of us are in Wake County and are currently under the county's zoning R80W, excuse me. And the town of Apex's land use plan calls for this remaining rural residential with zoning of 1 house per every 5 acres. This proposed development with its rural transitional zoning is still considerably higher than our existing rural community and much higher than what's actually called for in the plan. We feel this development is still inconsistent with our community and with the town's own plan. While we have watched and continue to watch increasing development all around us, this will be the first development directly impacting our rural community. If approved, we believe this will make it difficult for us to maintain the rural character which we so cherish and desire, and which the town itself calls for in your adopted land use plan. This first seemingly small encroachment we worry about as kind of setting the stage for future impacts on our community.
Thank you, Mr. Kendig.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was not for National Tennis Month. This was actually one of our residents wrote you about his first job on a tennis court. I hope you read that, and this was a
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on the matter at hand. My name is Eddie Wasdell. I live at 812 Wasdell Way, and I've been a lifelong resident of the Sleepy Valley community. Last time I spoke before you, I started with a flashback about how our community of rural residents used to stretch, how far it used to stretch, and how much things have changed once you turn off our gravel road. Today I'm going to focus on current events and developments I hope will help highlight why this proposed rezoning does not make sense. While I understand that change is constant, this is not a case where that concept should apply. When this development was first proposed, we were told that the pump station that the homes would tie into was at capacity. That assessment was updated, and our new understanding is that the proposed homes will take it to capacity before any of the potential accessory buildings are added. The city of Durham recently put a 5-year moratorium on new construction in its eastern area due to a sewer line being maxed out. I am certainly not a sewage expert, but taking a pump station to capacity and possibly beyond that seems like a bad idea. More development with the potential for contaminated runoff closer to a creek that feeds into Jordan Lake, Apex's source for water, also raises major concerns. The creek is on core land northwest of the property in question, which is much closer than 920 feet that was referenced earlier that is south of that property. And also, shout out Safe Drinking Water Week. I do not believe I'm exaggerating when I say we live in a rural sanctuary where large lots and friendly neighbors provide insulation for the suburban sprawl that has been creeping in. The peace and tranquility are why we all live in Sleepy Valley. This project, if approved by the council, would severely disrupt the defining characteristics of our rural community. Wooded lots of 2 acres or more, where you can barely even see your neighbors, allowing for total privacy. We care for each other, and we help take care of our community, and more importantly, for the matter at hand, we are united against this proposed rezoning. It does not make sense given the 2045 land use map, which has the property as rural density. You saw one of my coworkers' names up there on the screen. I teach at Green Level High School, and she is one of our agricultural teachers and FFA advisor, and she submitted a letter of support opposing the rezoning. One of our community families, the McAllisters, you'll hear from Christine in a moment, will be the most impacted. All right, they have a farm that has helped not only my coworkers' classes, but countless other children interested in agriculture. This proposed development not only ruined their idyllic setting, but also endangered their animals, and in all fairness, their family and the many children who visit their farm. How so, you may be wondering? Part of this proposal is to pave the end of Castleberry Road, which runs past their property. Paved roads bring more traffic and people driving faster and faster. In my coworker's letter of support, she included a jarring fact from the Wake County Farmland Preservation Program. It stated, in the last 9 years, Wake County lost 22,964 acres of its farm and forest land. That's almost 20%. The 104 acres just down the road where they're about to build 270 homes was just clear cut. You have the opportunity to protect a few more acres today with your vote. Please deny this proposal and let our rural residential haven live on where the pavement ends. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for speaking. Christina McAllister.
Packet to be shared. When you're ready.
When you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina McAllister, and I live at 8901 Castleberry Road, directly adjacent to the proposed rezoning. I'm on the eastern side. I'm asking the Town Council to deny the rezoning and keep this property rural density residential, consistent with the current 2045 land use map. This is not about stopping growth, it's about putting the right growth in the right place. This property is currently rural density, approximately 1 home, 5 acres. The request would have moved it towards a rural transitional, approximately 1 home, 1 acre, directly beside an active farm, youth education space, livestock, horses, and a rural dead-end road. Conditions that is not transitional, it's a land use conflict. The applicant compares this proposal to large nearby neighborhoods, but those are not the same context. This parcel is only about 3 acres, surrounded by rural density, residential lots, protected spaces, woodlands, agricultural uses, private gravel drives, and existing homes with greater separation. True compatibility would be measured against the immediate neighborhood, not the larger suburban development down the road. Castleberry Road is not a typical road. It is a dead-end road where the gravel section naturally slows drivers. Paving that section beyond this historic tobacco barn may look like an improvement on paper, but in real life, it will likely increase speed, traffic flow, congestion, and unsafe turnarounds. Cars already miss the dead end and use our clearly marked private circular driveway to turn around. Adding density increases that risk. Our property is not just a residence, it's an active farm, agritourism property, and educational space serving Apex and Wake County for over the past 12 years. We have children walking ponies and horses near that driveway, goats, chickens, camps, classes, farm tours, and youth leadership programs. Traffic, lights, noise, stormwater, dogs, trespassing, and construction impacts us differently than it would a typical residential lot. At the planning board meeting, the developer did not answer whether streetlights would be installed. That matters. Streetlights, headlights, garages, driveways, and security lights change the rural character and directly affect adjacent homes, pastures, animals, and privacy. The rezoning also raises a bigger planning concern. If rural density can be changed to higher density on a small parcel without strong compatibility protections, then the rural edge becomes meaningless. It sets a precedent for piece-by-piece erosion on apex rural areas. My request and the neighborhood's request is please deny the rezoning and keep the property rural density. If council chooses to move it forward, then meaningful and enforceable conditions are necessary. Larger buffers, I think 100 is okay, especially next to the farmland. Preserve trees, no clearing where avoidable. Don't understand how they said no blasting. They're gonna have to tear a house down. We'll have to remove prey animals from the property. No streetlights near rural edges, lighting restrictions. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for speaking.
Thank you.
I see the rest is right here in the book, right? The rest of your comments.
Yes, it sure does. It has the rest of my speech and then legislative conditions that help phases 1 through 9 where we still feel like it impacts us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Last speaker for the public hearing for comment. So it's closed. Discussion.
All right, nobody goes, I'll go. We're frequent watchers of the show. You probably remember that I've voted consistently against development of this area for some of the same reasons cited by some of the residents here. Like, this was meant to be a transitional area into the game land towards the south, and you know, the kind of going against the land use map, you know, in my mind goes against the vision of the town that was set out, you know, with the help of our residents several years ago. I understand we're going through a revision of that plan, but that doesn't take away some of the, you know, original intent, right, where we deliberately decreased the density of developments as we got closer to Jordan Lake watershed, as we got closer to game land territory. At the time, you know, when Castleberry Reserve came up for rezoning, I consistently voted no against that because I saw it as the first domino, you know, for basically that whole area to go get redeveloped at a higher density than was originally intended. So, you know, 2 houses versus 3 houses, you know, what's the difference? You know, to me, this is really a matter of principle and sticking to the land use map that we have. And so for that reason, I cannot support the request that's in front of us tonight.
Thanks, Councilman.
So let me ask you a question, June. They can build 2 houses by right now, right? Did I remember that correctly?
Correct. If, yeah.
And they can recombine the lots by right as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my first reaction to the packet is like, propose a set of conditions. A lot of them are reasonable, but the first condition is a maximum of 2 residential lots. So if you're limiting them to 2 residential lots, like, you stop there. Like, this entire process, this rezoning, is them asking for a 3rd lot above what they're already entitled to. They're entitled to 2 lots, so they're getting nothing if they don't get the 3rd lot. So I want to make sure we're clear. If we deny this, they can just build 2 lots with no buffers and no anything. Like, all the conditions we have are what they're offering in order to get what is 1 home. And this has happened to us before, where we've denied these small things, and they go and they build by right, and we end up with a worse outcome for the residents of the neighborhood and for Apex, because, you know, we tried to draw that line and said, you know, we want to get this or that or anything, and they said, well, you know, so we're already very thin here because they're entitled to 2, and they've gone down from 4 to 3. So for 1 extra home are all the conditions they've offered, and there's no reason for them to agree to build 2 homes and then any other conditions, because that's what they have today. Right? No buffers, no preservation, no environmental conditions, just clear cut it, 2 homes. That's what they could do.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that's kind of what I'm thinking too, which is the tough part about this is we're talking about the margin of basically moving from 2 to 1 additional, and then it forces me to start asking the question, okay, so what are we as a community getting out of this that they can't already do? And access to that pump station, I think, it's a good thing for us. I understand and completely get the concern about, once you take a road and pave it, there's an increase in traffic. I get that. But as I'm looking at the property itself, it seems as though, and I have to be careful how I phrase this, it seems as though we are extracting a lot more out of what we currently have than what we could get otherwise. I mean, the environmental concerns, the concessions that have been made all seem to indicate that the other option is they don't come back to us, they clear cut, they build the 2 houses, and do everything else too. And I don't know if that is necessarily overall still consistent with what we were trying to get to with the land use map. I just don't. I'm having a hard time with that one.
Look, let me say something I don't usually say. I am starting to feel bad for these property owners because they have come back and done almost everything asked of them, every condition, and they're at the point where the only thing they're getting now is 1 home. The floor is 2. This has happened 3 or 4 times where we've denied one of these small rezonings, and the owner of the property, they just built what they're entitled to and didn't talk to us again. It was a bad outcome. Like they've reduced the density, they've added the buffers, they've added the lights, they've added all sorts of conditions, and this additional request of going down to 2 homes, I'm trying to explain it's not reasonable because they can do that today. You can't say only do what you do today and do all this extra stuff for nothing. They have to get something in order to offer the conditions. So 3 is like the minimum, and that's where we're at for this process. And if we deny this, they're going to decide whether we want to go with the 2 or, try to sell it, I guess, and flip it for a profit, whatever they want to do to someone else who may not be as, amenable. But I'll say again, I think that the property owner here and the development group has been extremely accommodating to the point where I'm impressed with the work they've put in to try to make this work. And I don't say that very often. So I'll be supporting the project.
Others?
I have a question for the applicant, if possible. And forgive me for not having caught this earlier, but I heard you say these 3 lots, this is what they could look like. How do I know what they will look like?
Correct. So the zoning conditions in the application, these are, we're kind of limited on what we can do because we have UDO standards that we have to meet as far as lot widths. We have the size restrictions that are brought forth in the rezoning conditions. So these are 3 lots that are at least 35,000 square feet shown right here, and the average is over 42,000 square feet. And the buffer, it was just kind of the layout. There's 40-foot buffers shown. The setback lines are displayed there. So it will look, because of the zoning conditions, very similar to this. The only thing that could be tweaked is a little shift here and there, but the zoning conditions lend to this type of layout with single driveways coming out to Castleberry Road. And with the road ending where it does, with the public cul-de-sac, this is more or less what will be the end result.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm debating, like Arnold said, Terry also mentioned, the owner have the right to build only 2 homes. They don't have to come to us to ask for, all those conditions. So they can do clear cut, they can build homes, no buffer, just build 2 homes. And the other option is they come to us, ask for rezoning. They add buffer, avoid clear cut, and actually provide more stricter environmental, restrictions than our UDO requires. So which one is better? Which one is better to the residents? These 2 options: 2 homes, nothing clear cut, or 3 homes with stricter environmental requirements, buffer, no clear cut. Which one is better? So we have to think about, to make more responsible decisions.
There's 2 lots. They can build a lot per, they can build a home per lot. And they can recombine the lots in a different configuration.
All right. Thanks for your comments.
One house for 2 acres, but there's 3, so you can't have one house on one.
All right. That's okay. It's all good. Any other discussion from council?
Motion approved.
I'll second.
All right, have a motion in a second.
Rezoning and annexation.
Rezoning annexation.
And with those additional conditions.
With the additional conditions.
My vote is going to be, while I understand the implications, it's about the consistency of what we must do legislatively, which is have a land use map with a strategy, not knowing that this is the outcome in reality. I do also want to compliment the applicant for their hard work, and yet I won't be supporting it because it is while in this case it seems to be a bit of an anomaly. Overall, this is a bit of the camel's nose under the tent, and the next phase of what we hope to do, preserving land along especially the county line. So I now understand more about the implications, but I won't support it for consistency with what the land map and the enforcement that we aim to do.
Mayor, I request a roll call vote.
Okay.
Call the roll.
Anybody in opposition to that?
I'm fine.
All right.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second. I'll start with a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Mahaffey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gray.
Aye.
Councilmember Zigerman.
Nay.
Councilmember Reese.
No.
Councilmember Moo.
Aye.
Okay, 3-2.
3-2. All right.
Okay, this one's the same as far as the annexation is associated with the rezoning 3100 Olive Chapel Road, rezoning case 25 CZ 22. This is located in the western area of town, northeast corner of Olive Chapel Road and Transit Trail. This lot is at 4.58 acres. And we're gonna hold off on the annexation vote at the end. Go back. So looking, the site includes single-family residential house, mature trees, an existing little stream that does have the buffer located in the northeast corner, and then the grade sloping towards Olive Chapel Road. The site includes a driveway on Olive Chapel Road and another on Transit Trail. An existing sidewalk, curb, and gutters located along the east side of Transit Trail. And then you can see there's a utility easement line running on the eastern side. The existing zoning district is Wake County Residential 80W, and a portion right up here is rural residential conditional zoning. And the surrounding area is a rural residential conditional zoning, single-family homes, and then Wake County Residential 80W. All along the eastern and southern portion off of Olive Chapel Road is land core, which is open space, or core land, sorry. The proposed zoning district is office and institutional conditional zoning and rural residential conditional zoning. So the current land use classification is rural density residential. If rezone is proposed, the 2045 land use map will change to office employment and a portion of the rural transition residential classification. Neighborhood meetings were conducted on November 25th, 2025 and March 3rd, 2026. And the proposed zoning for the rural residential conditional zoning district includes, just looking at this area, which would be zoning area A, single-family dwelling, accessory apartment, utility, minor, park, active, passive, and greenway. The zoning conditions would only apply to any new construction of residence on this area. This is where the single-family home is located. So the existing home shall be exempt from the conditions. They were maximum height and minimum building setbacks. Those are included. All homes shall include the solar conduit in the building design to facilitate for future rooftop solar installations, and all garages shall be provided with 220-volt outlets. There are 6 architectural conditions. They go about material, garage door design, and also included with the porch. And then for the office and institutional conditional zoning, the permitted uses include office, governmental service, limited retail uses, and those are listed on page 4 of your staff report, such as office, daycare, medical, and again, governmental service. The following uses shall be limited to operation hours 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., restaurant, newsstand or gift shop, pharmacy, personal service, barber, and beauty shop. There, for additional conditions for the government service uses, the proposed buffer is 10 foot for type B along Olive Chapel Road, and then 20 foot type B Transit Trail. And then to the north, that rural residential conditional zoning, 10 foot type A. They would also include, that little asterisk is for a fence as a buffer as well to that residential home. And then along the eastern public utility easement would be 0. So buffers areas are allowed to be graded and replanted to the buffer type. Only emergency service vehicles shall be allowed direct ingress and egress driveway onto Olive Chapel Road. And then the full access driveway will be off of Transit Trail. RCA dedication shall be 20% of Zone B gross site area. And then for the zoning Office and institutional for non-residential uses other than government services. We have the 20-foot type E along Olive Chapel and Transit Trail, and as well as a 20-foot type B along the area of the residential. Buffer areas are also allowed to be graded and replanted to buffer type. And then there shall be a limit of one access point onto Olive Chapel Road, and point of access shall be right in, right out. At least 250 feet from Transit Trail and the Olive Chapel Road intersection, and then full access on Transit Trail. RCA dedication will be at 25%. And then for the transportation condition for all the office and institutional development, that construction roadway frontage widening on Olive Chapel Road, it would be 12-foot travel lanes, shoulders on a 110-foot right-of-way, and provide a 5-foot sidewalk for the extent of the project frontage. And then a variable road frontage widening in addition to typical section for lane transitions going from 3-lane to 2-lane cross-section east of Transit Trail. So this would allow for future addition of the eastbound left turn lane by others on Olive Chapel Road and Transit Trail. And due to the small area, the project was exempt from Environmental Advisory Board, and housing staff did not recommend affordable housing conditions. Planning Board recommended approval 8-0, and planning staff recommends approval as proposed by the applicant. The 2045 land use designates this property as rural density residential and rural transition residential. The applicant proposes rezoning to office institutional and rural residential conditional zoning with limited uses and conditions. So if the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map would be amended to office employment and rural transition residential classification. And the proposed rezoning is reasonable in the public interest in that it will provide office, government service, and limited retail uses to serve the existing proposed residential development in the area. The rezoning will also allow for that existing residential single-family home to remain on the lot, and it's generally consistent with those to the north. The proposed rezoning will provide roadway frontage widening with a sidewalk along Olive Chapel Road, and proposed rezoning includes stricter architectural conditions than the UDO requires. With that, if you had any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Thank you. Questions?
I do have a question. Why is there a difference between the buffer requirements for governmental use and other commercial use?
As far as looking at the site for governmental services, trying to do like a fit onto this section that's going to have the O&I. Just trying to create more area to work with.
And 10 foot is going to make a difference? I mean, it seems like a very small buffer size that, you know, doesn't materially change the usability of the land.
It would also have an additional 10 foot from the building, a setback from the buffer. So it would be 30 feet that any building could be at versus 20.
Right. And so do we have a proposed site layout for the fire station?
They did a fit test. I don't think that we have a official submittal.
And so the fit test required the buffer reduction?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Applicant?
Hello again. Will Norton, Jones Canasson Engineering, 221 North Salem Street. I don't have a whole lot to add to what June proposed and displayed to you here, but I just want to say thank you again to her and all the planning staff for all their work, not only planning, but also including Steve Adams and Adam Stevenson with engineering, and Fire Chief Herman for their assistance in getting to this point. As we've discussed before, this is targeted as the next fire station location to kind of serve more of this western area of Apex, to kind of keep up that level of service that we got awarded for. So that's awesome. Yeah, just wanted to reiterate that. But the government service use is what has been targeted here. The other ONICZ uses have been further limited to kind of be more neighborhood oriented for what is to come in the future along Transit Trail. Transit Trail is a future collector that will connect all the way from Olive Chapel to 64. So this kind of corner location is central to a lot of anticipated future development out in this corner of town. So happy to answer any questions. Just thankful for planning to help kind of guide these conditions, as well as other town staff to hopefully provide this needed service out in this area of town. So thank y'all.
Thanks.
One quick question about the existing structure, the residence that's there. Is that what's the plan for that right now? They're just going to stay there?
That is correct. So the existing residence, the guy who rents it from the property owner desired to stay there, and based on the need for the area of the fire station, they were able to accommodate that and not have to displace the resident who's been there for a while. And so yeah, he's able to stay in his house.
So essentially, they're kind of planning for all right, he's staying there, they're not kicking him out, they're going to let him be status quo, and then afterwards, they're basically asking for permission to plan for the next step after the fire station is there.
I believe I understood you right. Yeah, his anticipation is to stay there for some considerable amount of time. He's actually renting to own, is my understanding. So his plan is to stay there, and he has a workshop set up, and so I think he anticipates continuing to be there for quite some time.
Great.
So, yep.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for both items. Public hearing is closed. No one signed up to speak. Motion?
Motion approved.
Motion.
Both.
Second to both.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. I wanted to make a comment. But,
I was going to too.
So no, like we don't have to withdraw. I just want to state that it irritates me that we enforce these buffer requirements, and then when we want to rezone a property, that we take some liberty with that. Now, the only reason the reason I'm still in favor of this project is because as a town, it's becoming exceedingly more difficult to acquire the land that is needed for our public safety stations. This was an opportunity that we had, but again, like those come up, more and more, less frequent. I'm not sure if that's a proper statement. Less frequent, and so again, like I understand, based on the test fit, that we need to sacrifice some of the buffers. I also understand that we need a future fire and public safety station in this area, but kind of my, I do have some irritation with the fact that we are sacrificing buffer requirements that we ourselves have set for everybody else to adhere to. So. Anyway, it doesn't change my vote, but I just want to state it for the record.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Reese.
I was just going to quickly say, I make exceptions to the land use map when we are looking to institute a new fire station.
Okay. All right. So we have unanimous vote. That's right. All right, track. Okay, thank you.
We can get another vote on public hearing 9.
Yep. Okay. All right. Public hearing 9 rezoning case. You have a date.
Continue to May 28th.
Move to continue to May 28th.
Yeah.
Second.
All right. Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, public hearing 10.
Almost.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Before you, 4 amendments today to present to you. The first amendment was requested by your Environmental Advisory Board. They had come before you last year and presented a resolution to install the use of native species for all town properties moving forward as part of the UDO requirements. And so that's what we have the first item here presented for you. So this would amend Chapter 8 of the UDO. Under plant materials, we have a new section that says landscaping on town-owned property would require that all new or replacement landscaping installed on property owned or dedicated to the town of Apex, including public rights-of-way, parks, open space, and other publicly maintained areas, shall utilize native plant materials as defined in Chapter 12, terms defined. Preference shall be given to species native to North Carolina where practicable, and plant selection shall be consistent with the Town of Apex's design and development manual. Final plant selections shall be subject to review and approval by the Technical Review Committee to ensure consistency with local ecological conditions, maintenance practices, and adopted long-term sustainability goals. The AB did provide a couple of non-native plant exemptions that could be part of this policy, and that have been included in this amendment. They include non-native turfgrass, replacement of existing non-native plant species that have been removed or have died, provided that such replacements are of the same species or functionally equivalent non-native species, in order to maintain the continuity of the established landscape and design. And then also non-native plants where the primary purpose is crop cultivation, scientific research, botanical or historic gardens, or plantings for wildlife. And then in Chapter 12, we have added some definitions just so we could help clear some things up for anyone who may be reading it. So we've adapted adaptive plant definition now. Adaptive plants are plant species or cultivars that are not native to the local ecosystem, but have demonstrated the ability to thrive in the regional climate and soil conditions without invasive tendencies, excessive irrigation, chemical inputs, or extraordinary maintenance, and that do not pose a threat to native plant communities. Additionally, the native definition is native plants are plant species that the United States Department of Agriculture has classified as native to the state or the county in the southeastern United States. For the purpose of this list, that includes southeastern USA, and this includes states as Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and the following counties in Florida. And if you have any questions on this one, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I can move on. Amendment number 2 before you today is amendment to the use classifications for commercial uses under office and research in order to clarify that overnight stays shall be permitted only when associated with a physician's ordered sleep study. So under 4.35, under office and research, there's an added section here below that states overnight studies shall be permitted only when associated with a physician ordered sleep study. Such stays shall not include inpatient care, the routine provision of emergency services, surgical procedures requiring general anesthesia, or medical observation exceeding 10 hours, except as necessary to complete the sleep study or to stabilize a patient pending transfer to emergency medical services. Any questions on this one?
None.
None, thank you. Amendment number 3 is to Chapter 7, and this is to prohibit the installation or use of artificial turf within the right-of-way of any new subdivisions or site plan approval after this date. So, and section, again, under 7.2.1 under streets, number 3 has been added. Artificial turf shall be prohibited after this date. This shall apply to all areas within the right-of-way, including but not limited to planting strips, medians, and other landscape or unimproved areas. Artificial turf shall not be permitted as a substitute for required landscaping, ground cover, or open space within the right-of-way. This section shall not apply to the repair or replacement of existing artificial turf installed prior to this date. Any questions on this one? None? Okay. The final amendment was requested by your water resources staff. They wanted to update section 6.2.17b, which would the amendment would allow applicants the option to use the base flood elevations, the BFEs, shown on the North Carolina Emergency Management Non-Regulatory Floodplain Map as an alternative to commissioning a hydraulic study and report. So simply under that section, under section B, this language provided by your water resources staff states exactly that an alternative to a hydraulic study, that they may use the 100-year base flood map elevations as shown on the North Carolina Emergency Management Non-Regulatory Floodplain Map as shown. And that is the final amendment before you today. Any questions on that one?
I do have a question on this one.
Yes, sir.
How frequently are those hydraulic studies updated?
The hydraulic studies, I think, so this is information, I can't speak to that. I would have to just communicate with Water Resources on how often that map is updated itself. But this is in order, I think otherwise they would have to do a hydraulic study themselves of the property, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we have any Water Resources staff here, I apologize.
Sounds to me like we're, instead of doing the study or requiring that study, we're accepting a previous study conducted.
Done by the state that's hosted.
Done by the state.
Yes, sir.
Which on the face makes sense. I'm just more, I'm inquiring about the currency of the state surveys and how frequently they get updated. Because as conditions around town change, I can I can potentially see, some shifts in water runoff and whatnot. So I don't want to put ourselves in a position where we are now required to accept a 50-year-old study, right, for something that may or may not be, relevant to the current day and age. And so I'm sure there's a process. I just, was hoping to get some information.
I apologize for not being able to answer that question for you. If there was any reason that you would want to table this one and come back and have staff here to present, we could speak to that or follow
No,
up.
I defer to the expertise of staff on this one. I'm sure they thought through this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If not, I'll leave it to you guys to discuss. Thank you.
Sir. All right. We'll open up the public hearing for this item. No one signed up to speak. Is closed. Discussion, possible motion.
Sounds good to me. I really like the native plant one. I think it's been a long time coming from the EAB. So it's good to see that happen. It requires us to use native plants on our own property, which is, setting a good example.
Motion to approve.
Motion Zigerman.
Second.
Second. Mayor Pro Tem. Any other discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right. Public hearing 11, we're voting on that one.
We're going to defer that back to planning
Yep,
board for the May 11th and then continue it to the council meeting May 28th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, is everybody good? You need a quick break or? Quick break. Okay, yeah, let's do 7 minutes. 7 minutes. All right, 7 minutes. Motion. Have a recess. 7 minutes. the regular meeting agenda, RA 1 and 2, annexation number 805, Welch Homestead, associated rezoning 25CZ 10.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You guys continued this from the meeting in March. The applicant has come back today to offer you some changes to their proposed rezoning, so I'll allow the applicant to come up.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Good evening. Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here this evening on behalf of the developer and applicant, Lennar. I've got several folks with me here tonight from Lennar and with McAdams who are available for any questions if you have them after the presentation. Just a reminder, this case was before you March 24th, and at that meeting, Council continued the case to allow us to try to address some of the concerns that were heard at that meeting. And I think you'll find as we get into this that the time was well spent. We've made a lot of changes to the case in a relatively short time. And so I'll go through those and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Just to reorient you to the site is an 83.5 acre assemblage in the New Hill area near the major intersection of New Hill Holloman Road and Old US 1. There's been a lot of growth in this area. There are several fairly new subdivisions. Woodbury just to the west of us, Friendship Station to the north, on the other side of New Hill Olive Chapel Road, Jordan Manors, Belterra, Jordan Point, and then also the New Hill Commons PUD, which is a commercial and residential project that will have grocery anchored retail. And I think that was worth mentioning because that the success of that retail will also be dependent on rooftops in this area. So, and clearly they feel like the demand is there now. I believe the site plan for New Hill Commons will be filed hopefully next month is when that's planned. So the concerns that we heard on March 24th, I've grouped them into categories, and I'll go through each one and changes that we've made to the case in response. So we heard concerns about affordable housing, concerns from neighbors, the Environmental Advisory Board recommendations, traffic, Parks and Rec, and then the historic corn crib. And so we've gone through each one of these categories and we've either added a condition or we've tried to do some additional study to understand where we can better answer questions or concerns. So affordable housing was the first, and there was a lot of discussion at the last meeting about this. We had come into the meeting, as you can see in the left column, with 5% of units as affordable at 80% AMI with a $100,000 donation. And we had paired that with a donation in Lennar's other rezoning case that was the same night. And that condition was based on discussions with DHIC that we've had. I think developers in the town alike are trying to figure out how to implement these for sale affordable units because there are a lot of tricky aspects. But what we took away from the council meeting was that the town's policy is really the priority. And so we heard that loud and clear. We've updated the condition to be consistent with the town's policy. So now it's 10% of units at 80% AMI for rental and 120% AMI for sale. As I've mentioned before, this is a for sale project. We're not proposing rental units, but because zoning is not tied to any specific developer, we include the rental unit language in there to ensure that if it were for some reason a rental project, there would still be affordable rental units. And based on that change, staff, affordable housing staff recommends approval. And I also want to highlight that we're not requesting any incentives under the policy. So if you read the affordable policy, it lists potential incentives like RCA reduction, Parks and Rec fee offset, or reduced Parks and Rec fees. We're not asking for any of those, but we are meeting the policy goal at a relatively low density still at 3.3 units an acre. The next category of changes are neighbor concerns, and this slide shows each of the neighborhood concerns on the left that we've heard throughout the process, and then on the right side what we've done to address those concerns. We've been in touch with neighbors throughout the entire process from when we filed last summer until now, and we've talked to neighbors really on each side, in the existing newer subdivisions to the west, and also the larger 4 or 5 acre lots to the east, and then even some of the folks south of Old One. And so the first concern was density, and we've limited density in the PUD to 3.3 units an acre, which is well below the 7 units an acre that's recommended by the land use map. We have smaller lot sizes in certain locations. We added a condition that 40% of the single-family lots are required to be a minimum of 50 feet in width. That was in response to a staff concern and a concern from folks in the subdivision to the west, that they wanted larger lots adjacent to their single-family lots. Moving to some of the concerns from the neighbors on the east side, specifically Mr. Quales, who was here tonight and now supports the project, but I think he went home. There was a stub street that he was concerned about to his property. We worked with staff and we removed that stub street. And then the next row there, we heard from folks on Mason Road, south of Old US 1, that they were concerned about access into their site, their Mason Road, where they have some larger tract horse farms. They were worried that with construction of our median in Old US 1, that's a requirement of the PUD text, that it would cut off their access. And we were okay stopping the median short of Mason Road, but we didn't know what DOT would allow. And so we did reach out to DOT, and we got written confirmation from them that DOT will not require us to restrict access to Mason Road. So we've confirmed for those folks that their access will remain, which really was their number one concern. Going back to some of Mr. Quales' concerns, he was worried about clearing of the buffer for street stubs. I know the MI Homes project north of him on his northern property line, they had cleared, which is how the UDO is written, but they cleared the buffer to extend the street stub to within 10 feet of the property line. And it left a sizable gap in the buffer adjacent to his property. And so we crafted the condition so that our street stubs will stop short of the buffer, but the right-of-way dedication will be all the way to the property line, so there's not a strip of land that prevents a future cross-access connection. And then finally, really, Mr. Quales' biggest concern was privacy. He's had a lot of trespassing, dumping from the project north of him. We wanted to do better than that, obviously, and so we had added conditions for a Type B planting standard. Oddly, there's sort of a gap with the planting requirements in the UDO. The planting standard is a little more general for Type B. So we've specified the planting type in our PUD text. We've widened the buffer from 15 to 20 feet. And then the most recent change between the last meeting and today is the 6-foot privacy fence along the eastern property line. So we heard from Mr. Quales and Ms. Bierman, who lives closer to Old US 1, that they were worried about folks just wandering on their property from our neighborhood. Sometimes people see open land, they don't know where the property line is. So now there will be a fence for the length of the property line. So there will be a retaining wall where our project's on the lower side, a planted buffer, and then a fence. So quite a big degree of separation there. One change I did tell Mr. Quales we would make tonight, in the PUD text it says that we'll have a fence along the buffer. He wanted the word privacy added just to ensure that the fence is not see-through and it provides the screening that he's hoping for. And so we just have this change to add the word privacy to the fence. And then the next category of changes, and these were also a big focus at the meeting in March, are the EAB recommendations. And coming into the meeting on the 24th, we had agreed to 6 of the 15 recommended conditions from the EAB. And with your feedback and guidance at the last meeting, we took a holistic look at all of the EAB conditions, and we said we want to push it as far as we can to commit to as many of these as we can. And so now we have 13 of the 15 recommended conditions included. I don't know that I need to go through all of them tonight. This slide shows, 11 of those, which are things like RCA, signage, pet waste stations, 220-volt outlets for EV charging in the garage, solar conduit in all homes for the future installation of solar panels. 75% of the landscaping shall be native species. If you remember, I think we had that one at 60%, and the EB had recommended 75, so we bumped that up to 75. No species of native or adaptive vegetation shall constitute more than 20% of the plant material. HOA covenants shall not restrict or prevent clover or native grass. We have the condition, and I learned a lot about this one, that the covenants will not prohibit, mandate the picking up of leaves. That helps, I think, with pollination. One sign per SCM to reduce pet waste. We did upgrade the stormwater standard to the 25-year storm. I think the UDO requires the 10-year. And then the last one there, we've agreed to warm season grasses. This next slide shows what I think are the bigger commitments for the project. The first is solar. So we've added a condition that 10% of the single-family homes will be pre-installed with solar panels. And so we talked through that with Lennar, how that will be administered, and how that will be marketed to buyers. And the only language that we didn't include here that I think is in the staff report is that the lots for solar will be identified at master subdivision plan. And we didn't do that because we want the ability to move them around. If we have a home buyer that says, we like this lot adjacent to the RCA, for example, but we want solar, can you put solar there? We would rather do that than have them set in place in the subdivision plans. The next is that we've agreed to preserve 35% of the existing tree canopy. And so where the project, and then you can read the rest of the language, where the project abuts adjacent developments, special effort will be taken to locate the preserved trees adjacent to areas of existing open space. So we came in a little lower than 35. Our condition is 30%, and that's because we needed some flexibility there with the RCA. The RCA requirement is 35%. If you remember, we had a discussion at the last meeting about, well, is it 30% or is it 35%? Because there's that mass grading additional 5%. We set it at a flat 35% for the whole site for clarity, and then 30% of the existing tree canopy will be preserved. So the majority of the RCA will be tree canopy now, whereas you can clear and replant RCA, and you can also use SCMs, and so I think that's a meaningful commitment. The two that we did not include out of the 15 recommendations, no buffer averaging for the Zone 3 riparian buffer. We did look at that to understand whether we could accommodate it, and we don't have the level of engineering yet to understand definitively that there aren't areas where we might need to average Zone 3 of the buffer, which is the apex buffer, for a stormwater pond, the edge of a stormwater pond. And so that's why we haven't agreed to that one. And then the final condition we haven't agreed to is tree planting. That condition was just an issue of having sufficient land to replant the trees. It just didn't work with our site plan. The next bucket of concerns was traffic. And so we still have in the case, obviously, the transportation improvements that were in the case leading up to the last meeting. We have road widening on both sides of Old US 1 to the town's ultimate section. That's unusual to see it on both sides, but we do have that small strip of land on the south side that will be dedicated as a park. So we're not using that land as development, but to the town's benefit, it requires us to widen both sides of the road. We also have turn lanes at the intersection of New Hill Holloman Road and Old US 1 on each side. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, those are layered with improvements from other cases in the area, including New Hill Commons. But there were questions that we heard from neighbors about the delay and the level of service at that intersection. And so it prompted us to go back and look at our TIA, and we did make some changes there. So I'll call Nate Boquin up to talk more about that.
Good evening. My name is Nate Boquin. I'm traffic engineer with McAdams. Address is 621 Hillsborough Street in Raleigh. So again, we wanted to kind of take a step back and highlight some of the key intersections that we heard at the prior meeting. Were concerns both with the community as well as that you all had addressed as some current concerns. So on the screen here is looking at the intersection of Old US 1, New Hill Holloman, New Hill Olive Chapel Road. The table to the right is very similar to what you would see within the TIA, but with the addition of that bottom line. We realized that actually the analysis within the TIA did not include the northbound right turn lane because that was a product of some ongoing conversations with NCDOT, and that was a additional ask that they had provided following the original submittal of the TIA. And so we have added that in now and wanted to kind of take a step back there and look at the differences with really when we're looking at our impacts, we're looking at between no build, that future condition without our site, as well as the build condition with our site and with our improvements. So the no build conditions there in the red box is, again, 2029 conditions without our site moving forward. We're seeing level service E in both the AM and the PM peak hour for the overall intersection operations. And then with our site and with our improvements, we're actually seeing benefits of the reduction in delay at that intersection, bringing it down to a level service D in both the AM and the PM peak hour. Again, that is with the northbound right turn lane as well as the improvements that were kind of required of some of the other developments in the area. I know also during that last meeting there was conversation of, hey, there are a lot of improvements being required by other developments. What's the timeline look like? What is that? What's the guarantee that those are going to be constructed? And so if you look down the bottom left-hand side of the screen, that stick diagram, the different colors highlight who's required to construct what improvements. A lot of what you're seeing there is there are a lot of improvements being required by the Gracewood project, which has not constructed their improvements yet and moved forward. There are requirements, though, for the New Hill Commons project to construct those improvements or provide additional analysis once they move forward. And so that's one of the big guarantees there, that a lot of those improvements are going to be constructed, as well as there are the additional improvements that they are providing in the kind of turquoise color. And then, of course, the improvements we're providing in red, and then I believe Utley Farms also has a right turn lane requirement. So again, all of those improvements come together. We are actually seeing that our project is reducing the overall intersection delay at that intersection. Also, I know there was a lot of conversation about the interchange. That's kind of the pinch point there at US 1. As you all, I'm sure, are aware, there is an NCDOT project to provide some improvements at that interchange. That NCDOT project, it's HE0010. It's actually tied to, my understanding, it's economic development funding for the Amgen project. So it is very vital for them to have kind of a set deadline. Based on the data available through NCDOT, it is funded for construction in 2027. So we would anticipate that to be on the ground as well prior to our build out. With those improvements, that brings the overall intersection, allows it to continue to operate with level service C in the AM peak hour, level service D in the PM peak hour. That's for the southbound ramps. Shifting over to the northbound ramps, we see much of the same, level service D in the AM peak hour and level service C in the PM peak hour. The big thing here too to highlight is our impacts are very negligible. Those improvements that NCDOT is constructing is providing the capacity that's needed out there, and allows our development to have very, very little impact. Again, looking over at the intersection of Old US 1 and Mason Road, like Matthew had mentioned, we had some additional conversations with NCDOT just to verify that we would not be tasked with restricting that roadway for any reason, just based on the proximity. They did confirm that we would not be required to restrict it. And part of those conversations, in particular with us providing the median along Old US 1 out there, they did bring up the request for a left turn lane onto Mason Road. And in particular with some of the feedback that we had received at the prior hearing, being that there is a lot of horse farms back there, we felt that was very appropriate to provide. And so we were happy to provide the left turn lane there for Mason Road as well. And again, that intersection is operating at acceptable levels of service. Again, we have a very, very little impact to the delays there. And I will pass it back over to Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. I also wanted to talk about the parkland dedication south of Old One, because after the last meeting, we did meet with Parks and Rec staff and just talk with them about their sort of vision for this area. And they did mention that the linear park has been planned since I believe Councilmember Reese mentioned the original land use map meetings, that it started, during that time and has been a long-range plan for the town for at least 10 years now. And the vision is really for some sort of linear park with walking trails, and staff shared some creative ideas with us about programming for things like outdoor exercise equipment that could be permanent or modular, that would allow, that would sort of activate that area and bring people to that area in an area that's otherwise odd between Old US 1 and the railroad track, and that linear park extends on the land use map all the way up to I think up near Holland Road, and so it's a pretty long corridor there, and this is the southwestern end of that. So the town would be getting the really southwestern edge of that future linear park with this zoning case. I also wanted to calculate the Parks and Rec fee. The total Parks and Rec fee based on our density would come out to $951,000. That would be reduced by the market value of the land dedication, which we don't have yet, but that would be an appraisal that we would, or we would work with the town on the market value of that land when it comes time to finalize the fee at master subdivision. So it's a pretty sizable Parks and Rec fee in lieu, reduced by the acreage, but it won't, obviously at just 1.6 acres, it won't reduce the entire fee. It'll probably be, a reduction, but it'll still be a significant Parks and Rec fee in lieu.
And is that the Parks and, is that the appraisal of that particular parcel, or
Yes, I think
like the average selling price of an acre in the area, because there might be a
I
significant
think
difference.
it's the market value of the land that's dedicated, is the way the UDO reads. And so it would be the market value of the land between Old US 1 and the railroad, which is obviously limited. So that, I don't know if staff has.
So it's basically 950 minus the value of the land.
That's correct.
Would be the cash.
That's right.
Value. Okay.
Yep. Then the corn crib relocation. This is something that we were working out with capital area preservation in sort of the 11th hour before the last council meeting, and so we actually made these changes on the screen at the last meeting, but they were really last minute and didn't make it into the staff report. And so I wanted to make those clear here, that capital area preservation supports the relocation language, and that we've adjusted the language based on their feedback. They've been involved already in evaluating the corn crib. This is not the actual corn crib. It's one I pulled from the internet, but I thought it was better to look at than some, clip art or something. So the language that we changed is that the relocation professional will be approved by the planning director. So there's no intent here to try to game the consultant who can determine that this is infeasible. And then the other language that's highlighted here is that the property that we'll be relocating the corn crib to will be approved by the planning director for compliance with the UDO. So that's consistent with the UDO framework for relocation, which only allows relocation of historic structures that are outside the historic district. And so we will follow that process with a preservation easement and the maintenance agreement that's required by the UDO. So we wanted to make that clear. And then since we've been talking about the budget and I was looking at the budget, I did run the numbers on what the property tax projections could look like. Obviously, these are assuming values based on new construction that's been delivered and sold in the last couple of years around the site. There are actually, as I mentioned, 2 or 3 new subdivisions here. So some of these sales are higher than this, but I assumed $750,000 market value for a single family home and $450 for a townhome, and with the proposed tax rate in the current budget draft, as I understand it, it comes out to projected yearly revenue of $628,000 to the town, and a little over $800,000 to Wake County, for a total of 1.45. Just trying to help, again, expand the tax base to avoid having to raise rates. And then the graphics on the right side are just pulled directly from some of the budget presentations. So if this project is approved and built out, it will result in 27 affordable units, 13 homes pre-installed with solar, parkland dedication for the future linear park, 29 acres of preserved RCA, a Parks and Rec fee in addition to the parkland dedication, the road improvements we discussed, and the additional tax base. And so I think what you can see is that we've got a much better project than we had on March 24th, and I appreciate council's guidance and pushing to go back and look at these different areas. And I went back and looked because I was curious. The last couple years rezoning cases in Apex, and I believe this is the only case that has 10% affordable housing and this level of environmental commitments. And so with that, we've got a case that's consistent with the land use map. It addresses the neighbor concerns. It relocates a historic structure. It adds the environmental commitments. And I forgot to mention this on the EAB slide, but we did email a little over a week ago those updated EAB commitments to the EAB in the spirit of them wanting to understand, what's happening with cases after they provide recommendations. And we didn't receive any questions or comments from them, but they do have that information. Then the transportation improvements, the affordable housing, and then staff is still recommending approval, and so is the planning board. So we appreciate your time. We're happy to answer any questions, but respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter, can you go back one slide, please?
Yep.
Just want to understand the 700,000 plus Parks and Rec free. What's the 700,000?
Yeah, that's me trying to estimate, what the market value of that 1.6 acres will be. I don't know what that is, but it'll be, the Parks and Rec fee will be offset by like we said, the market value of the strip of land. So
are you saying 700,000 plus? So it's going to be north of 700, or are you saying 700?
That's my estimate. Yeah, we don't know
the Parks and Rec fee, because
No. Sorry. Yeah. No, it's 700K or more, depending on the value of the land, which we don't have yet. So just trying to conceptualize the figures.
Other questions?
And this is a question for the traffic engineer. And I have to admit, I didn't memorize the previous staff report in its entirety, but so it seems like the TIA is projecting much more favorable conditions in this presentation than in the last presentation. And I'm not quite understanding what has materially changed to make it so.
Yeah, so what was in the original TIA was the table on the right minus the bottom line. And so we were looking at it.
You're talking to a 50-year-old man. I cannot read that from here.
Yeah, sorry. So we were looking at the delta, our impact, still maintaining level service E, but there were more delay. The big change there was we realized that actually didn't account for the right turn lane that came up through the conversations with NCDOT. And so that's where we've added that in. It was already a commitment. We just didn't have it conceptualized in the actual analysis. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this took me a bit to understand too. What happened was we submitted the TIA when we filed the rezoning application. Then the TIA recommended certain improvements, which we added to our zoning case. Apex staff reviewed those and gave their recommendations for us to include in the PUD text. Then DOT asked for a right turn lane on New Hill Holloman Road that was not recommended by our TIA. So we put that we put that right turn lane in the PUD text as a condition. And so it was required even when we came into the March 24th council meeting, but it wasn't in the analysis in the TIA, and so it wasn't being reflected in the level of service numbers.
Okay. And so as far as the construction of these improvements is concerned, mostly around US1, old US1 and New Will Hallman, those are off-site improvements for you. I understand you're sharing that with some of the other developments in the area. Have you been in collaboration with those other developers? Do you have a sense of where we are with things like property acquisition? Have you looked at property acquisition for especially that right turn lane that you are now committing to? What's kind of the status on the actual feasibility of getting these improvements built? Because there's a heavy reliance on a lot of other property owners around that intersection.
Yeah, I can talk about. So yeah, we have started looking conceptually at what those improvements look like. We have not gotten into like the full nitty-gritty detailed design of those improvements, and I believe we have started reaching out to some of those landowners. I don't know exactly where those conversations stand, but yeah, you might have some more of that background with.
Yeah, so we think right now that the biggest pinch point for the biggest potential issue with right-of-way acquisition is for that right turn lane that we're talking about. Because of the barn, which is a historic structure that's right up at the right-of-way. If you drive through there, you see it right up at the road. And so we drafted the condition to account for that, but because we know that might be an issue, we reached out to those property owners over a month ago, maybe 2 or 3 months ago now. We're still reaching out to them, and we haven't gotten any response. But that process will continue, and once we have the final design of the turn lane, which I think will happen later in master subdivision plan review, we'll be able to take that to them and make them a concrete offer to say, we want to buy this stretch of land to build the turn lane. In terms of the other projects, I know New Hill Commons, and some of this is estimating, but I know New Hill Commons is moving forward, and so they would be with their site plan. So they would be doing right-of-way acquisition again towards the end of their site plan review. Gracewood, I think, is a little further along. I know because they acquired some right-of-way at the ramp on Old US 1 from another property owner down there that I represent for some improvements with Gracewood. So I know that Gracewood is, and that was maybe a year ago. So they are in the process of acquiring their rights of way. But I don't know the status of each individual project, but I do have that information.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for the information.
No one signed up for a public hearing?
It's closed.
Okay.
Public hearing from last night.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. No, it's closed. We closed it last
meeting.
Well, I appreciate the work that you've done here. I think you addressed most of the points. I appreciate especially coming back with so many of the EAB conditions. I do interested in that board having more of an impact, and I think they had a big impact on the quality here. Happy to see that.
I want to echo that. I truly appreciate the revised plan and the work that has gone in it and the additional commitments that are being made here. I have a couple of concerns still, though. One is that southern track, which on the land use map is slated for either residential or commercial. I think this area lends itself really well for a kind of neighborhood commercial hub that prevents people from the west side of Apex to have to travel into town, for basic services, getting a haircut, going to the grocery store, whatever the case may be. And I think we need more of those regional commercial hubs, right, to address some of the traffic impacts, from development in the area. We don't have a whole lot of commercial land available to us. And so to sacrifice a good chunk of what could be commercial zoning makes me a little bit hesitant, to be honest. The other concern I have is still with traffic, and especially where I was going with the property acquisition, because the way that the conditions are written is that if for whatever reason you are not able to acquire the property, then a fee in lieu would be paid to the town, and now basically the town is on the hook to at some point in the future construct these road conditions, and so we're potentially leaving this intersection in its current state, while adding traffic to the mix. You kind of addressed my concern of pushing kind of the bottleneck to the US 1, ramps. So with the DOT work that we're now including here, that will offset that. But I am concerned about this particular intersection that's on the screen, because that's yes, we're making improvements, but we're still not improving the intersection, right? It's still getting failing grades at the end of the day. And then my last concern is with the parkland dedication. I understand that that sliver of land is on our land use map as a potential park in the future. It's a very small section of what a much larger track would require to actually make that a meaningful public utility, public service. And so even though the dedication is there, I don't really see a feasible use of that in the foreseeable future. So yes, we'll be having some land there, but no way of funding any of the actual park build out that the area would require. We got hundreds of millions of dollars of other parks and rec investments sitting in front of the queue, right? That we have no feasible way of funding anytime soon. So adding one more to the mix, I'm not really sure if that's really helping the public with that dedication of land. So anyway, all that to say that I do appreciate all the concessions made. I'll let my other colleagues speak for now.
Well, I'll tell you that I appreciate. I mean, I understand and can and appreciate my colleagues' concerns. I think on balance, though, as we take a look at this project, we're getting an awful lot out of this. I really do appreciate, Mr. Carpenter, the work you and your team have done in addressing, the concerns of the neighbors, our concerns with regard to affordable housing, our concerns with regard to transportation, our concerns with regard to parks and recreation, I could keep going on and on and on and on, because there were a lot of concerns, and you stepped forward and had at least, came towards us with solution sets for each one of our concerns. And I think that's something to be appreciated. If anything, I feel like this entire process has been one where I think where you started with the applicant in terms of this process and where we're ending up, I think is a dramatic change. I think there's been a lot of give. I think we've had a lot of take on that as well. And I think that's something that should be at least recognized. And so I say thank you to that. I'm excited about the fact that you've been considering the parks and recreation aspects of this, giving us a little bit of a leadway forward on one of our future park goals. I like the idea that you are still addressing our concerns and living up to our affordable housing plan. And the part that I'm really excited about, I mean, you didn't meet all of our goals with regard to the Environmental Advisory Board, but I think it goes a long way. You went a long ways towards meeting a lot of the big picture goals that the EAB has been pushing for. And I think this is the sort of result that we like to see as we're making the Environmental Advisory Board and their opinion a lot more salient to us up here. So I I don't want to discourage this sort of movement in this sort of direction, particularly in the areas of really recognizing the opinion and the advice coming from the advisory board on the environmental side. So I'm in support of this and can appreciate the many steps that were taken by the applicant moving forward.
All right, anyone else?
Motion to approve?
Second. All right, we have a motion second for
And for both.
And with this condition?
With the condition.
All right, motion second. Any further discussion?
I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Ziegerman on the concerns with traffic. I hope that we can be proactive. Because that will lend to build more trust so that we can address some of the real issues that folks have. I mean, let's get this done in a way that anticipates and meets this before it's backed up on old US 1. I do want to say that when this project came to us the first time on March 24th, we're in much better position now. Appreciate the adhering to most of the EAB's conditions, and the RCA commitment alongside the affordable housing are two elements that I think we should continue to encourage, and so I'll be voting in support.
All right, have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Carpenter and team. All right. All right, we have the RA3 proposed the memorandum of understanding between North Carolina Children's Health. You want to start it off, Mr. Vosper? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start it off, and then I'll invite Joanna up to give some additional comments. I want to start by saying we've had a great partnership so far with NC Children's. This is an entity that is committed to the long-term presence in Apex. So I think that lays the foundation for what you have in front of you. You've been teased on a couple of agendas in the past, but that was because we were still working through some of the additional details. All the attorneys got together, so I will defer. If you have any legal questions, I'll defer to the brighter minds in the room on that. What you have before you is an MOU that's based on the discussions that we had with NC Children's during the site selection process. This is a formalization of those discussions into a memorandum of understanding. There will be an additional agreement. After you adopt the MOU, we will follow that at a subsequent meeting with additional details. Gets more granular with the next agreement after this. So this is kind of big picture commitments, and then how it gets administered will come before you. The proposed MOU stays within the original framework that was before you, and I'll kind of hit that first. Originally, we committed to, spoke about $8 million over 20 years, and then there was a $5 million reference to fee waivers for a total of $13 million wrapped in that commitment. And there are some other details. Those were the biggest parts of the agreement. As the process has evolved, there have been some changes. One example is we learned from NC Children's and from the state that how the ownership of the land will be retained by the state, and that changes the entire inspection process. So the town of Apex won't be inspecting the facilities like we first thought. So that changed our thinking on some of the fees and how we approach that. We also started to get into how we would plan for those fees and the timing, and it really was driven by a construction schedule versus kind of a stability of budgeting schedule, and that caused some concern for us. There were also discussions about which fees and how they would be reimbursed, and we came to the conclusion that most of the fees that they would be waiving we would have to reimburse out of general fund dollars. So at the end of the day, it all became a general fund discussion. So with that in mind, we approached NC Children's about streamlining through the MOU and putting the 8 and 5 into one, what I'll call an amortized schedule over a 20-year period. Because if you recall, the $8 million was over 20 years. The $5 million, it could come in the first 3 years if they build the facilities and the timing of those, which could cause, if we had a $2 million fee that we had to come up and cover, all of a sudden that could be a little difficult for our budget. So by putting it all together in one basket and then amortizing it over the 20 years, which equates to a $650,000 annual commitment, we felt like that streamlined. It was more something we could depend on and budget for and plan for. There were some additional details related to staffing, and as those have come forward practically with the positions we've brought before council before, one of those is the project coordinator, which does work for the overall Big Branch Basin. That is already in place. That came out of necessity with other projects that were coming forward. And the one that most recently came before you was an additional planner allocation related to the work in Viridia and the surrounding area, and also for NC Children's. So those will be memorialized through the MOU process, but those two positions are already allocated and in place. There's also a reference in some of the documents we produced to the utility commitment, and that is a reference to in our CIP. I think it's somewhere $40+ million. That is not attributable to just this project. That is to the entire basin. And as part of our discussions with NC Children's, we put that forward as a commitment for us towards this project and the surrounding area, that was already in place. Council had invested in this area and in the overall basin. So there's a reference to that, but it won't be in the MOU. But just so you're aware of that dollar amount that we've put forward to benefit partially to this project. There are also some additional details that, again, I'll defer to the legal staff on that, but the big picture I've covered there. And the biggest, kind of talking about the positives to our community, and then I'll turn it over to Joanna to talk about some of the economic benefits. But to have this state-of-the-art children's hospital in our community, and for those of you who've ever had a sick child and had to utilize a children's hospital, having this in Apex is invaluable to our residents. And so much so that one of the criteria when they were going through the site selection process was proximity to an airport. And it's because so many people are going to come here to bring their kids to this hospital. And for us to have that in our own backyard for our residents, and you look at what we're putting out on an annual commitment, and we've talked about a 20-year, they're going to be here well beyond that 20-year period. But the benefit that our residents have of having this 10, 15 minutes away is enormous. So I want to talk about that first and foremost, the benefit to our residents of having this in our backyard. The other is what we believe, and I'll ask Joanna to come up, the spin-off development that's going to come as a result of this project being located here. It's a $3+ billion investment in our community, and that's just for their project. All of the projects that will come and want to locate in proximity, and you don't need to look very far to see other examples of when these facilities have located, what happens around them. And so I would ask Joanna to come up, and if you could talk about some of those details as well, and then we can open up for questions.
Good evening.
Good evening. Evening.
So this is going to be a little bit repetitive of some things you've heard before, most of you, but it certainly does warrant a minute or two to just remind you of the economic impact that this project will bring. First and foremost, I wanted to state that a project like this in the economic development world, we refer to this as a transformative project. And when the reason we do that is because of the enormous impact that it will have and the positive impact it will have and the sustainable impact it will have over, as Manager Vosburgh said, over many, many years. Again, the Children's Hospital will be a 230-acre campus. It will be anchored by a 500-bed pediatric hospital. It'll also include a behavioral health center, medical offices, and much more. Most of you have seen the site plan. It's pretty impressive. It will be the second largest. Oh, I wish it was the largest, but it will be the second largest freestanding children's hospital in the United States when it's all completed. As Mr. Vosburgh said, his projected investment is $3 billion with a B. So that is again, just huge. Expected to generate about 3,000 jobs during the construction phase, and that'll be, about years 5 through 7 during build out, and then plus an additional 5,000 jobs permanent that will actually be across that whole 230 acres. Many of you were here in this room on July 10th, 2025, when we had the press conference when Children's announced that Apex was the chosen location for this project. And at that time, we were honored to have North Carolina Secretary Lee Lilly, Secretary of Commerce Lee Lilly, here with us. And I want to just quote what he said that day. He said, "This is one of the largest economic projects in the state's history. We know about at least 8,000 direct jobs," he said. "But how about the 18,000 indirect jobs that will be witnessed over the many years moving forward?" End quote. So again, this investment for the town that the town is proposing here before you tonight in supporting this project, it's extremely justifiable when you consider the sheer magnitude of what that return on your investment will be. And we are all going to benefit from this, not just one, but all. So happy to answer any questions for you. But again, this, all the ancillary things that will come, again, it's not just this project with these numbers, it's all the trickle down effect, the vertical integration of what's to come for years and years and years. And, and also the medical field is very highly recession proof.
Good point.
Happy to answer any questions.
No question. Just want to kind of second some of these things that have been said. I lived in Cleveland for a while, and the transformative nature of a hospital is very visible if you go visit Cleveland and look at where the Cleveland Clinic is located. It was the blight of Cleveland, and if you look at the area now, it is prospering. The hospital system continues to grow. Like all these auxiliary services that are popping up in the vicinity, bringing a lot of economic benefits to not just the area, the region, and people do travel from all over the world to visit these kinds of hospitals, and so we've gotten some comments from the public as to why we would be investing in a project like this, especially from the likes of Duke Health and UNC, who have large endowments and all that, right? Do we really need to, what difference does $13 million make? It's a fair question, but at the end of the day, if you look at the overall benefit that this brings to the town, I think that's a drop in the plate of what we're going to get in return.
Mm-hmm. The fact that's amortized over 20 years, I think, is really helpful. I just want to make sure one thing is clear to the public, and I'm watching this later, and I think you hinted at this. People should be aware this is not the first time we've seen this agreement. It's the first time we're discussing it publicly, but this has been a lot of conversations, economic development, with council. We've been involved every step of the way. Now is the time when it's coming out for approval because staff has done the work to get the contract written. So this is not something that we're seeing for the first time today at all. Council's been involved, before the current council got here. We talked about this, a long time. So just want to make that clear. And we're all big supporters of the project. I think this MOU reflects our commitment. I know it's not going to fund the $3 billion project, the $3 billion hospital, but for a municipality, I think to step up like this, I hope that the hospital and others watching take away just the commitment that the town of Apex has, that the leadership here has, the elected officials have to this project and what it's going to bring to our community, to Wake County, and to North Carolina.
And I'll echo what my colleagues have said, but I think I want to do three things here. First thing is, let's demystify what this is. I mean, this project has been a conversation piece on council. I know it's been on many agenda, as far as May of last year. And before then, this has been a topic of conversation. What this MOU does is this is just the memorialization and the next step in the larger process. This isn't some sinister plan to try to, work behind anyone's back. In fact, the brilliance of an MOU is that everyone gets to see the terms now. Everyone gets an opportunity to see what's there. And that is a great deal of access that the community gets in playing a role in this. This is something, as my colleague said, is something that we've been working towards and moving forward to, and isn't even the last step. After we're done with this memorandum of understanding, which is just the first step as we start to contractualize this whole thing, we're going to go right back into another set of contracts where we're going to get into the granular details of what each party's role is going to be. But what this MOU does is it is an explanation and a roadmap for how the town is going to be involved in the various aspects of how this entire enterprise is going to come down. And we've all heard and are aware of all the benefits that we get out of this entire enterprise. But the purpose of this MOU is to help explain and start to memorialize the things that all the parties are going to be agreeing to. This isn't a sinister plan to try to hide anything. I appreciate Manager Vosberg moving this from consent, but I will be the first to tell you I don't think it was really necessary, because we're basically telling you to go and do the things that we've already told you to do. So I appreciate you doing that, but in my opinion, I don't think it was an absolutely necessary thing. So let's demystify the MOU. Let's explain the process. Negotiations and conversations have been taking place with a lot of parties about this. This MOU is where we all get a chance to say, you said this, you said this, you said this, let's put it down, and then we'll use that as the basis of creating our contract later. The brilliance of an MOU is that it gives people an opportunity to see what it is that we as a town have made commitments for. I like the idea of amortizing this over time because it makes it much easier for us to plan. The fact that we're writing that down shows that we're using a lot of thought on that. There'll be other details that are within this, but once again, this is just the next step in the process. And we're essentially telling Randy, go sign the document that we told you to go and sign when we do the MOU. So let's talk about the next big part. What happens next? Well, the MOU will help explain a lot about what's going to happen next. There will be more contracts. There will be more conversations that will take place. But I think the important thing to understand is that the process is open. Everyone gets a chance to see it. Everyone gets to understand that we're playing a role in this, and we're not being steamrolled by Duke or by the folks over in Chapel Hill or even at the General Assembly. This is one of the few times that we are seeing public-private cooperation at the state and national level, at the local level. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. And because it's a beautiful thing, it's for a beautiful purpose. Many people get in front of us and they talk about the impact of various policies on children, on the kids, and things of that nature. This is an exact purpose of what we want to do when we're trying to take care of kids in our community and around the world. So this MOU is something that's a necessary thing to get done in order to move us forward. We know the economic benefits, and thank you to Joanna and your team for making sure that that's always in the forefront. But to me, this is a simple process. We're telling Randy to sign the paperwork and do what we already told him to do. And to me, that's an easy vote for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is an easy vote. I think it was, I agree that it wasn't necessary to pull from consent, but I appreciate it just for the opportunity to educate a little bit and talk about what this means. And I will speak just for a second about, from the taxpayer's perspective, I mean, to Joanna's point, this is the deal of a decade, if not more, right? I mean, this is, other towns and cities would have loved for this to have happened, because every dollar we're investing, we're getting much more out of it. And so that $650,000 over 20 years is going to pay dividends. And then I just also wanted to reiterate what you said about what Secretary Lilly said, in regard to the real economic impacts go beyond the direct. It goes to the indirect. It goes to all of the branding and marketing, and this hospital is just perfect for Apex. So thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for your hard work, Manager Vosberg, and to all staff.
I want to thank Joanna and your economic development team and our town manager, Vosberg. This children's hospital approved during my campaign. I have not become the council yet, but I remember I was so excited, really, when I read the news and learned about it. I was so proud, right? I told everyone, like my friend living in Cary, Raleigh said, it's in Apex. It's in Apex. The 8,000 direct jobs, 18,000 indirect jobs, and also all the supporting restaurants, hotels, residential areas around that children's hospital. It brings to Apex enormous benefits, right, and tax dollars. Its impact is long. I mean, last maybe 50 years, 100 years, to our residents. We have a hospital, children's hospital, right in our neighborhood. That's amazing. Yeah, and $3 billion investment. I guess all other cities everywhere would kill to have it, right? Yes. So this MOU, just to make it clear, everybody, you have to do this, we have to do this, we are agree with this. And in terms of that $13 million, we agreed to, invest. I think it worth, the benefits from this children's hospital has much more, many times of returns than this $13 million. So long-term, benefits, long-term economic benefits, both for the town, for Wake County, for the state. It's amazing. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready to move forward.
I'll make a motion to approve this MOU.
Second.
All right, so we give it to.
All right,
Not my
she's on
chance.
it.
Zimmerman motion, move second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank y'all. Appreciate everything. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say one more thing too. I wanted to pass kudos to legal.
Yep.
Lori and Brian, extensive
y'all.
work on
Appreciate
this
it.
agreement too.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, can't forget the lawyers.
I mean, you
can
could.
say that. All right, we're moving on to motion to go into closed session for 4 items.
Actually, Mayor, just a small point of order, a little pedantic, but our rules do require us to adjourn at 11 o'clock.
That's right.
So we need a motion to, I'll make a motion to fix the time to adjourn to 11:30.
Well, we could have got here at 10:45, but.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion on the adjourn
Second.
30 seconds. Zimmerman, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right.
Motion to
Motion
close
to go into
session.
Second.
Second, Gray. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Going to closed session.
He's basically doing that.
Yeah, we do it right now. We're gonna do it now.
Camera.
Yeah, he said we're good.
It's 11:29.
I got a motion, Mayor, to approve a resolution by the town of Apex concerning authorized execution of opioid settlements with 6 remaining defendants.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second, Zigman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Any further business? Hearing none. It's 11:29. Meeting's adjourned. Oh, that clock's